Hi, everybody. I'm Michelle Jackson. I am here tonight. Wow, I'm so excited to be here because we have been planning this event for a very, very long time. I am the founder of the Black Writers Workspace, and I am also tonight's host for the book relaunch party. You may be wondering, what is this event all about? Well, the Black Writers Workspace is a community of over 8,500 new and independent authors, as well as avid readers. We are a group of people who've come together to help each other take our work to the next level. And so these events that we host are all about giving us an opportunity to get in front of new readers and put our books out there. Because as most of us, we're self-published authors, a lot of us don't have the big marketing machines behind us. But what we do have is a community of people who care, who really, really care about each other. And so tonight, we are here to sell our books. That's it. We've had these book fairs in the past, and normally we have these amazing speakers. And in the future, we will definitely bring back those amazing, amazing speakers. But tonight, we wanted to do something different. We wanted this event to be about the writers. And in order to make it about the writers, we have filled the night with different things that will help you to learn about their work. One, we have our authors lounge, which is at the bottom of the screen. So if you're not on boothcentral.com, you cannot see our authors. You can't meet them in their cool chat rooms. So if you're on Facebook, I do ask that you come over to the boothcentral.com website. It is free. All you have to do is put in your name and you can come in on the platform and you can meet the authors. And we have over 20 authors. I think we have about 25, 26 authors. And they are here to talk to you live, just like I'm talking to you on this live stream. And just like when you use Zoom, you can talk to these authors. And that's what's important. So if you're on Facebook or YouTube, get off of there, go into your Google or Bing or wherever and type in boothcentral.com, come onto the platform and meet with our authors. So once again, this is all about them. So tonight you're going to meet with authors in the author lounge. You're going to participate in our scavenger hunt, meaning that you're going to go from booth to booth and talk to these authors. And you need to learn something about them that's critical to helping you win some amazing prizes. And one of those things is you need to know what city they live in. So you're going to need to go to every booth, talk to the authors, find out what city they live in, send that over to me at events@prsolutionsllc.org, and you will see that all night on the screen, and you can win a prize. You will also participate in trivia. We have trivia questions throughout the night, and if you answer those questions right, and you're the first one to answer them right, you will win prizes, and we have a listing of what those prizes are. You will listen to music tonight, and you will hear author interviews. And the people who will be interviewed are the people who are right now in the booth listening and waiting for you to come and meet them. So this screen here, what you see here is just the sidebar to what this event is really about. This event is about you meeting with the authors. I'm going to be in my booth. They are in their booth. They're waiting to talk to you about their work. And they're hoping that you will purchase their books, because that's what tonight is about. What is a book fair about if it's not about purchasing work? So let's get started by first showing you some of the books that you can purchase tonight. Most of what you see tonight is pre-recorded so that we will have time to be in our booth and to spend time talking to you. So whenever you hear the music, that is a sign for you to go down to the author's lounge and get to know our authors. When you come back up to the screen, you're going to see some amazing things. You're going to see spoken word. You're going to see Kashmir Williams, who's going to be playing the guitar, and you will meet and see so many of our authors that are in their booth waiting for you. But for now, we're going to get away from Michelle, go in so that you can get to see some of the amazing works that we have. And like I mentioned to you before, what is tonight? It's a party. So you can't have a party without music, We've got plenty of music for you. I'm hoping that you're up and dancing. I'm hoping that you're in a chat box and talking to each other. And I'm hoping that you're going down to our authors lounge and meeting with our authors. But for now, we're going to take a quick look at some of the books that you can purchase. If you pay close attention, you'll be able to see which author has these particular books. But if you are visiting all of them and you're getting your scavenger hunt questions all taken care of so that you can win that big prize, trust me, you're going to meet some dynamic people. But for now, let's get started. Wow. How many books was that? I mean, my gosh, we've got so many books that you can buy tonight. So if you are a book lover, like I am a book lover, then you would definitely need to meet with these authors. What other platform can you go to and actually meet authors without leaving your home and get an opportunity to spend that one-on-one time with them if needed, or in a group setting, because we can get up to 15 people in our booth so that we can speak to you about our work. You can learn, you can hear them give readings. You can hear them talk about the process of actually writing their book. This is something unique. And if you are interested in becoming a writer, what better place to do that than on the screen with someone who can give you all the incentives that you want in order to do this? So, what is the Black Writers Workspace? We are a space where Black writers come together to share resources. I started this group back in March of 2020 after dropping my second book, From Darkness to Night, in February. And I was so convinced that I was going to spend all this time out talking to people and going to book fairs and doing what I did with my first book, which was to sell it at trade shows and book fairs. But once we was in the house because of a pandemic, who would have ever thought that would have happened? I had to come up with another way, and it really did scare me. So I started the Facebook group, a private group, thinking that I would get 100 people maybe to come on board. And now we have over 8,500 people in the Black Writers Workspace Facebook group. And that's just on Facebook. And so what did I do? I'm an event planner by trade. So I decided that it would be great if we started to host events that will help us to sell our work, to expose people to our work, and to also talk about what's important to a writer, which is how we publish and the resources that we have and the points, the topics that we're hoping to get out there. So we started doing virtual book fairs, and tomorrow we will host our first writer symposium. We also have monthly roundtables. We have a roundtable group called the Pen Posse, and we come together monthly and talk about different issues. We have a weekly newsletter. In addition, we have an online authors catalog, and in a couple of months we will be announcing another great asset that came from this effort. So to all of you who are members of the Black Writers Workspace, I want to thank you. And for those of you who support works by new and independent authors, I would like to thank you as well. But let's continue with the fun. We've got so much going on. Don't forget about the scavenger hunt. Go from author to author, talk with them, and find out the city that they're in. Record those, and between tonight and tomorrow or Monday, it doesn't matter, you can send them to me. And if you have the most, meaning that you visited the most number of authors, then you're going to win a prize. But we also have trivia prizes. So we're going to get to that now, our first trivia prize. And then we're going to get to Kashmir Williams. And if you've ever participated in our book fairs, you know we don't do it the way everybody else is doing it. Okay, I'm in Louisiana. All right. So we like to have fun. We like to have all the excitement and the music. And, you know, music and art and writing and all these things, we're all in the same family. So that's why tonight is all about music and fun, but it is also about you meeting the authors, which is very, very important to me. So Kashmir is someone who has performed in the past at our other book fairs. We just love him. He's a award-winning jazz guitarist out of Birmingham, Alabama. I'm from Fairfield, Alabama. So I wanted to have someone from my hometown to participate in the event. So after we put up our first question, our first trivia question, one which you can send an answer to immediately, send that to events@prsolutionsllc.org. It will come to me. Once we see that particular trivia question and you get it right, so that you can get your prize, then we're going to hear from Kashmir Williams, and then you will come back to me and we will go into some of our other activities for tonight. But if you're not on Booth Central, come on to Booth Central. And if you're on Booth Central, I'm hoping that right now you are sitting in one of the chat rooms with our authors and that you are buying books. Thank you. So did you enjoy Kashmir? He's amazing, right? He's going to be with us two more times tonight just to entertain us with his amazing skills on the guitar, which I wish I could play the guitar. You know, some people can do some things, some people can do others. Nah, can't do anything when it comes to music. However, I do love to write. And so that's why we're here tonight to talk about writing and to talk about writing with people who are independent, self published authors. Many of them have published many, many books and have been very, very successful. However, they wanted to come together and talk about writing and share with you some of the things that they've learned along the way. And so tonight we are going to have three panel discussions, and we have our first one coming up with three writers, three female writers on the Black Writers Workspace page, and they are here to talk with you about their works. They are also right now in their booth. So if you want to take a look, learn more about them, by watching the panel and then go down into the booth and talk to them personally about their work. You may learn something about the work that really intrigues you. So we are going to kick off our panel discussion right now. At the bottom of the screen, while they're talking, there will always also be another question at the very bottom of the screen that you can answer and send your responses to events@prsolutions.llc.org. We've got a lot of prizes to give away, so we hope that you will take advantage of it. Some of these things are autographed books from our writers. We have different types of sessions and workshops that we're inviting you to. We also have the BWW gift box, which includes a signature t-shirt, a journal, and 2 ink pens, because we're trying to get you to start writing more. So for now, we're going to start with our first panel. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you will take this time to learn about these writers and to go into their booths and take advantage of talking to them about their work and finding out how you can purchase their work. If you're not on boothcentral.com, come over to boothcentral.com so that you can experience our authors lounge. You cannot see it from Facebook. You can see me, and that's okay, but I'd rather you come over so that you can see some of the other authors. So it's boothcentral.com, and you should be able to come right into the event. There is no fee, but there is an opportunity for you to meet with our authors. It's Michelle Jackson with the Black Writers Workspace. I'm so excited to be here. We are at our book relaunch party. It's Friday night, and we are here to have a good time. It is all about our writers. And all of our writers, our authors, and some editors and some publishers, they are down below in the author's lounge ready to talk to you. They're in their booths. All you have to do is go to the booth, hit the chat button, and go into their chat room, and you can meet with them. They're all over the country, all over the world, and you can meet with them to learn about their book and to learn how you can purchase the book. So that's what a book fair is all about, right? A book fair is all about purchasing books. And I'm hoping that each and every one of you will spend some time with the authors and also support them by purchasing their work. But right now we have on the screen 3 of our authors. They are followers of the Black Writers Workspace. They are doing some dynamic work, and they're here to talk to you about what they're doing, and also to invite you to their booth because they want to see you, they want to meet you. And so they are right now down below. At the bottom of the screen, you have a question if you want to win a prize, and we're going to be doing this all night long. You can win a prize by simply answering the question and sending your answer to events@prsolutionsllc.org. That comes to me. I will make sure that the person who answers the question correctly the first time will win that prize. You have no problem with that. You're going to get your prize, I promise you. But for now, I'm Michelle Jackson. I'm the founder of the Black Writers Workspace. I am also author of 2 books, The Heart of a Man, which is Christian fiction, as well as From Darkness to Night, which is general fiction, family drama. I hope that you will also come to my booth. But before you get to me, I want you to visit these 3 ladies, and they are here to tell you about their work. We're going to start with Audrey. Audrey Snyder, talk to us about your work, what inspired you to write it, and a little bit on your next steps.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. I'm Audrey Snyder, and I am a retired corporate executive from many different phases of life. I worked all over the place. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where I live now. And all I do is write. I've joined many writing groups. I belong to Penn Writers in Pittsburgh. I belong to Mindful Writers. I belong to Three Rivers Romance Writers Group. I belong to a science fiction writing group. And I find that is one of the best ways to make me write. What we do is we meet at Panera Bread or some other location, and we just write. And so that's how I can get things done. Let me tell you a little bit about my 2 books. The first one is a memoir, and it's called Worth the Climb. It's my story of struggle and success as a Black American female in white corporate America. In this book, it covers my 40 years of corporate work. And I talk about different strategies that I used every time I was blocked, different ways that I could get around things. I talk about what worked for me, what didn't work. And I encourage everyone that if you're blocked, one of the things you can do is find out why and then work towards the goal of getting unblocked. So it's my story. It starts out in 1977 and goes until 2011 when I retired. It is, I think that's about it. Yeah, that's about it for that one.
We'll talk a little bit about the book because I remember reading it. I lived in Pittsburgh for a while. I met Audrey at the church, and we became instant friends. And so, I'm a corporate girl too. I spent many years working in corporate America, and it's tough. It's tough. I think sometimes, we don't talk enough about it because, it's in many instances could be good paying jobs, great title jobs, I'll say, but just having, trying to get yourself to that level where you can actually get in those key positions. It is real dog eat dog.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your experiences in your memoir, the things that you really wanted your readers to learn about you when you sat down to write this book.
One of the things I did was I was always put out front as the Black girl, so that because I worked in basically all white organizations, and so I was always put out front as the Black girl, so they could see that they hired some Black folks. So when I was discouraged from moving on up, what I did was I would actually make up a job description. I'd write it. I'd tell them what they needed, and I would sell the job description to the executive, and they would promote me into that position. So I kind of worked my way up into many of my jobs just by finding out what's needed in the company and then writing the job description myself. So that was one of the things I did. The other thing I did was make sure that I could bring someone up behind me. I worked in management positions, so the first thing I did was identify at least one or two individuals that could come behind me. And so that's what I worked on, making sure that there was going to be room for someone else besides me when I left.
I love that about your book. I'm sorry, keep going.
Yeah, the other, I think the other big thing was just the strategies that I used when I was discouraged, making sure I had the elevator pitch when I was in an elevator with an executive, making sure that, I guess making sure that I was always presented in a executive way so that they could see that I wasn't the person that just wanted to just work there for 8 hours and leave. No, I was always asking questions, looking for what's next. And so that's important. Yeah, you have to do that. Look for what's next. Yeah.
So tell us the name of your book again.
The name is Worth the Climb. And I enjoyed writing it. It took me a long time to write it because I was so angry when I first started out. I was just bitter and angry at not being promoted. And so I learned how to put the anger aside and then look for excellence and perseverance. Perseverance is one of the things that you really have to do if you're struggling for success. When I finally finished that book, then I wanted to write something fun. So I wrote a book it's fiction, and it is a romantic suspense novel, and it's called The Organization. And it's about a journalist who gets tricked into being a drug mule for a newspaper that she works for. She didn't realize that her boss was one of the leaders in a drug cartel. So she ends up calling on her old friend, who's a college friend, and he now works for the FBI. So there's a little bit of romance and a little bit of getting together there. And together they take down this drug cartel. So there's a little bit of drama, a little bit of romance in that book. And right now I'm working on the sequel to it. I have it done, but I'm working on the editing of the second sequel to The Organization. And this one's called A Safe House.
Excellent. Excellent. So you go from memoir to fiction.
Oh, yeah. I needed something fun.
I love how dynamic and how flexible writers can be. We just love to write. So, that's the beauty of it. When you love to write, you'll write anything that you feel connected to. And I love that you were able to make that transition. So thank you so much, Audrey. Tell us a little bit about where people can meet you and what you're going to be doing tonight.
Oh, yeah. Please come to see me at my booth. I'll be there, and you can sign on to my website is www.audreyjsnyder.com. You can purchase your books there, or if you want to just leave me your email, I'll mail you a book, whatever works for you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for being a part of this book relaunch. And everybody, I've had so many people to ask me, why is it a book relaunch? And let me tell you why, honestly, because so many of us published books in the midst of a pandemic. Okay, no one was expecting that. And so for those of us who published in the middle of it, or those of us who published right before it, I dropped my second book February the 14th, and March 14th, we were at home for a very, very long time. And those who actually released the book even before the pandemic, who just needed an opportunity to relaunch their book, to re-release it, to show it off to the world for the second, third, or fourth time. That's what this book is about. We are celebrating all writers who have released work in this world everywhere, who wants the world to see and read their books. We don't write just because we want to read it ourselves. We write because we want someone else to read it. And so this is our opportunity to celebrate writers everywhere, and also to give our readers an opportunity to meet with us and to learn about our work. So now we're going to go to Dr. Adair, who's going to talk to us about her books. And I say with an S because she has published 16 books And she's here with us tonight, and someone who I hope all the writers and the readers will go by and learn from her. She's also going to be at our Writer Symposium, which is tomorrow, Saturday, July 31st. She's going to be talking about self-publishing. And if you're interested in participating in the Writing Symposium, you can also email me at the events at prsolutionsllc.org. Email address is at the bottom of the screen. So Dr. Adair, talk to us about your work.
So I'm excited. Thank you so much for having me to begin with. But because I have quite a few books, I don't just pick out just one to talk about, but the theme is the same throughout all of my books. And it's a theme of resiliency. It's a theme of leadership. It's a theme of being the best version of yourself that you can. All of my books are motivational, inspirational, empowerment type of books to help people move towards positive changes in their lives, to help them find that grit and that grace that they need to make it through each day. A lot of times we share, get over it, but we don't help people, or we tell them how to get over it. So what I do in many of my books is I provide the messages to walk them through step by step. Here's what you can do for forgiveness. Here's what you can do to feel when you hit rock bottom and there's no place else to go. There's no place else to go but up. And so really what I focus on is providing that inspiration, that motivation, let people know that you're not alone, that you got this. It's going to be okay. And so that's really the foundation and the theme of all my books.
Get over it. Is that what I'm to hear? I love that.
Yes.
And tell me, or tell us, what is the number one thing you think that as women we fail to get over that we need
ourselves? Really ourselves. We get in our own way. We block our own blessings. We don't believe that we're already equipped and empowered to be the best version of ourselves that we were. We don't follow the path that's just for us. We don't follow the steps that were ordered just for us. We do everything and anything for everybody but ourselves. And so therefore we get in our own way and we block our own blessings. That is the number one thing that I believe, and in speaking to hundreds of thousands of women over the past decade or so, where I don't want to say fall short, because when you know better, you do better. But a lot of us don't know better because this is the way we've been raised and what we've seen, or this is just what we've done our entire lives. So that's what I would say is the number one.
Excellent. That is excellent. So, when you talk about writing so many books, I mean, what was that? How many books had you written before you realized that, okay, I can continue to talk about this topic over and over and over again, and it continues to be relevant? Because many of us, I know for myself, I'm like, am I going to tackle this topic well enough in this one book? Do I need to go after it again? I mean, times change, people change, situations change. I mean, you're really focusing in on one topic for so many books, but when did you realize, or what happened that made you realize that it was okay for you to continue to tackle that topic over and over again?
Well, you know what? The unique thing about my books is they are compilations of motivational messages, not a novel. It's every day there's a different message. So truly, when I wake up in the morning and I feel the words coming through, that's when I put them on paper, and that's when I'll share them and I compile them and make the book. But when I really realized that this is something that folks needed was the response to my first book, which was my memoir, where people kept asking me, how do you do it all? Because I have been relatively successful as I define. I've achieved the dreams I've wanted to. And people would look at the end product, but they didn't understand the process. And so I needed to share with them that, yes, I came up from an abusive environment with alcoholic mother who died at 37 when I was 14, an abusive type environment, psychologically, sexually, emotionally, financially. But despite all of that, I had an action plan and I was able to move forward towards change. So the response that I received to that, because so many people, their mouths dropped over, oh my God, I had no idea. They look at the end product, oh, what a cute face and a lovely smile, but they don't know the process behind the PhD that I earned. And so when I received that type of information, I knew I was on to something that people, especially women, need to be reminded that they are equipped and empowered to be the best version of themselves, despite of whatever you went through. It doesn't matter. You can still get to the other side, because remember, when you hit rock bottom, there's no place else to go but up.
Absolutely. Give us a few of the titles that you have. What do you have available tonight for our readers?
Well, we have some of everything available, but I've moved into writing planners because I'm a planner girl. So the planner is the Get Over It, Black Girl Magic 21, no, Black Girl Magic Academic the planner that really focuses on the motivational messages, scripture, inspirational quotes, but it's a planner for the academic year. But we have just about all of the titles, and they all begin with Get Over It, how to get over in 21 days. Just get over it, just different variations of the subtitles.
Okay, that is excellent. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we have memoir writers, we have fiction writers, we have nonfiction writers, and now we have a children's book writer, which is something that is so near and dear to me. I love children's books because I believe that you can tackle really tough issues in a children's book, and it comes off as being whimsical, but it is very educational. I think children's book writers have that ability to do things in their work that as a fiction writer, I probably could not get away with, because you can do it through a fun figure or character, but you can have so much great meaning behind the message of the book. And I feel like that's what Cheryl is doing here, talking about autism. As a special needs teacher, she has a children's book. And so tell us about yourself, Cheryl, and tell us about your work.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Michelle, for having me. So I live on Long Island in New York, and I've been teaching for over 24 years. I'm a special education teacher, and I'm married. I have 3 children and lots of animals, like a farm. And I have to say, the impetus for my book, which is called All Things the Same, are the children that I have worked with through the many years of teaching special education. And I'm just inspired through these children, and just kind of looking at different books. I thought to myself, well, I didn't really see a book out there with positive messages in terms of a child with autism. They have excellent books out there that deal with siblings that do not have autism, that, people say your typical siblings, and, kind of showing them the ropes on how to deal with, another sibling that does have autism, and what to look for, and how to be patient, and how to be tolerant, and books to teach, other children how to be tolerant of children with autism. But I didn't see anything that really showed someone with autism and a positive, spin on it. And that disturbed me, because these are the children that get bullied all the time, relentlessly. And, you have to start somewhere with empowering children, and particularly children with special needs. And I was saying before how, your parents and your family, they're your best advocates, and they should be your advocates. And, the school should be supporting you. Sometimes you get the support that you need for your child, and sometimes you don't, and you have to advocate for that. But along with that, we have to have these positive images, and we have to have positive messages. And us, sitting here, us being Black women, we know, just looking in the media and looking when we were growing up, we didn't have those positive messages and those images. They kind of came few and far between, and it is better nowadays. But I'm telling you, growing up, we did not see that. And I just love the fact that you have, like, your Black Writers Workspace, because we need that. We need to support each other, and we need to continue to write, and we need to inspire others to write, because children and adults, it doesn't matter what your race or your nationality or your religion is. Everyone needs to be exposed to Black writers and people that are doing positive things that are Black, because the way we're portrayed is that we're always doing something negative. And if we are doing something positive, there's a spin put on it, and then we're looked at as negative again. So we just have to keep promoting the positive. Along with autism, my main character, his name is Peter, and he's a school-age child. He's in elementary school. And the book just shows, some of the things that a child with autism might display, like just the fact that one thing that all children with autism really share in common is their resistance to change. And I know I was talking to you about this before, Michelle, in our interview, that, if you and I, if there's a change in schedule or our technology doesn't work, we are annoyed, we're aggravated somewhat, but we kind of just get through it. Whereas, someone with autism, that can just set them back. The anxiety can take over. They could shut down. They could act out. And so it was showing in the book how actually Peter's hypersensitivity to sounds and smells actually made him a hero in this book. And I won't say the whole entire story, but he does become the hero in the book. So it does show, a child with these special needs that, what? Hey, not only can it be something positive, but it's something that, is heroic. It saved people in the book. And it also shows his teacher, whose name is Miss Divine, that, she's a Black teacher. And I put that in there purposefully because, it is very important for children and adults to be exposed to Black teachers. And it doesn't matter what skin color you have or your nationality. I mean, Black children need Black teachers. White children need Black teachers. Hispanic children need Black teachers, just like children need to come in contact with male teachers. So I did put that in there. It's very important, to have that, positivity in there to show like, yes, we're out here, we're doing positive things, and we're not just out here like looking for a handout, so to speak, or, on the corner doing something we're not supposed to do. There are many of our people out here doing positive things. And that message needs to just keep going.
Absolutely.
This book is also, it's special to me. It's my first book that I've written, and my daughter, illustrator. So that's, it's very special to my baby, and, my eldest baby, helped me, bring this to fruition. So I'm really proud of it. And I just hope everyone comes out. I mean, there are fabulous authors out here. Just come out. Visit us in our booths. Please support us. Please support Black writers. We're out here and we're really trying to, send a message. We're really trying to connect with you. So I look forward to seeing you. If you come and visit my booth, and we can talk about autism. We can talk about teaching. We can talk about anything you want. Thank you.
Excellent. Love that. Ladies, you guys are doing some amazing things. And one of the topics that we are tackling with this event is not the theme, but it's kind of the sub theme for the next 2 days. Our summer of writing is why Black writers matter. And I really wanted to talk about that because, I started this group back in March of 2020, and I was just thinking it would be a few people, and now we have, I think as of today, 8,500 people just on the private page. And when I say that, I know people say, well, oh, those private groups, you don't really have a lot of interaction. But if you guys are on the page, this page is not about Michelle. All right. This page is about writing, and everybody's asking questions, and what do I do next? And how do I make this happen? And the thing, what I think people, what we all, those who don't write, don't understand about writers, especially Black writers who are self-published, is that we have to do it all ourselves, including trying to understand the next step and the next step and the next step. And there's so much information out there, but our stories need to hit the main scene. Our stories are so valuable and so important. Just like Cheryl saying, kids need Black teachers. Yes, you need to see people that look like you, because it helps them to better understand what they can be, and that, and to better understand their culture. And there's nothing wrong with that. But people also need to read about Black stories, because our stories tell our life stories in our way, with our voice. And there's nothing wrong with anyone else's story. We're not saying that, anyone else's story isn't valid or important. It's just that we have to come together, because there's still a lot of biases in the publishing world. It's still very tough for Black writers like us to get those big deals. It is still hard for us to get our books into the movie theaters and on Lifetime and Hallmark and all these different places. It's still hard for writers, Black writers, to come up. and in this environment. And that is a fact. That is not something I'm just saying. It is a fact. And so each one of you tell me, what is it about being a Black writer and why Black writing or Black writers matter, especially in this environment with everything that's happening around us? Audrey, you want to start? You just want to just talk to us about why Black writers matter.
Well, I think in particular, my story is a good example of that, because there are still an awful lot. I live in Pittsburgh, so it's a very, I think it's 87% white. So there's still, it's really hard for Black individuals to get a job and move up. I told my son when he went to Atlanta, I said, don't come back here, stay there. I said, because even if you find a job here in Pittsburgh, you're going to stay on the bottom ladder. And so that story needs to be told. That's something that people do not realize. They see Black folks and they think that, you know, there's one or two in really good positions and they've made it. I remember going to a job fair and someone looked at me where I was selling my book, Worth the Climb. And they said, well, you don't look like any worse for the wear. You did okay. You look okay. And I thought, you know, they don't have any idea what I went through to get to where I look okay in their eyes. So I think it's really important that our stories be told.
Absolutely. Dr. Adair?
I really think that it's necessary and required. We make up the texture and the fabric of American society. And I think that for so long, our voices have been marginalized. And because of that, we need to bring volume to the silenced voices so that we can recognize the beauty and the value and the Black girl magic that we have, and the world needs to know about that. I think the only way the world can learn about us is if we tell them about us and don't allow them to write about us. Mm-hmm. So our stories deserve to be told from our experiences, using our voices and bringing volume to those voices. So that's why Black writers matter.
Love it. Cheryl?
I have to say, I completely agree with Audrey and Dr. Adair. You know, our voices need to be heard. Our messages need to be read, and they need to come from us, our stories. Just like Dr. Adair said, not from someone else who's on the outside looking in, but needs to come from us. We're in the moment living this experience. We've all grown up. We've all seen, you know, the literature that was available to us inside and outside of school. And it is refreshing to see that there is so much diversity in writing nowadays. And that has to just continue. We just have to keep that narrative going. We can't stop. I mean, we owe it to our ancestors to let these stories be heard over and over and over again.
Absolutely. Ladies, this has been excellent. I so appreciate you being a part of the Black Writers Workspace. This is what we do. We are just here to support each other. These book fairs are about supporting writers. I am a self-published author. My first book I published in 2010. I knew nothing about book publishing. And what I did after I got the nerves up to even tell someone I wrote the book, because it was just something I was doing on the side, I started to market it and I started hosting events. And I had an event in Virginia and one in Atlanta and one in my hometown of Birmingham, Alabama. I just started going around and hosting events. That's how I sold my book. I had to get out there. There is no major marketing platform behind me pushing me. I'm doing everything myself. Most of us are. We're just doing it ourselves. And it's not always easy. But just because we're self-published doesn't mean the work isn't great. It doesn't mean that it's not edited. It doesn't mean that it's not valuable. And so we have to continue to do what we're doing. So the Black Writers Workspace is all about that, finding that space where we can come together and give and share resources and hopefully make this easier for the next generation of people looking to publish. Also, events like this is all about helping to support writers. You want to read some great books, you go down below. We have everything from science fiction to children's books. We have romance novels. Oh, we have nonfiction, faith-based based books. We have a little bit of everything represented right here on this screen, right down below at our authors lounge. So please, I hope that you will all go down and meet with Audrey and Cheryl and Dr. Adair. Buy their books. I challenge you to do that. I also ask you to let me know who all you've met, because if I see that you've met everyone, if you can send me an email or whatever we come up with to make sure that you guys can notify me on how many people you've met here, I have an amazing prize for you. So my email address is down below. We have trivia. We're going to have music by Kashmir Williams tonight. We're going to have, wow, a lot of different things happening tonight. We're also going to be announcing the winner of our Chapter 1 writing competition. This competition was for unpublished and self-published writers of African descent, and we have had all of their work reviewed by our beta readers, and we are now ready to give away $500 to our fiction, nonfiction writer, the winner of that category, and $250 to our poetry category winner. And we have spoken word videos that we will be showing all night tonight so that you can see some of the talent from the Black Writers Workspace. But as for now, we're going to check out of this particular interview. I thank everyone. If everybody once again wants to invite everyone to their booth and tell them how they can buy your book. If they're not coming to your booth, at least give them your email, your website, so they'll know how to purchase your book as well. Audrey, you want to get started?
Sure. It's www.audreyjsnyder.com, or you can check Amazon under Audrey J. Snyder.
Thank you.
Time and the organization.
Excellent, excellent. Cheryl?
You can go to my Instagram account, Cheryl Middleton Writes, and I do have listed how you can purchase the book on Amazon as well as my author website. You can also just go on to Amazon.com and type in All Things the Same by Cheryl Middleton, Cheryl with an S, and you'll see it comes up and it looks like this.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Adair?
Hey there. So you can access most of my books on Amazon. I do have an author page. You can just type in my name, Adair White Johnson. Author page will pop up, as well as most of the books. My planners, if you're interested in the planner, you will need to go to my website, which is dradarespeaks.net, and you can purchase the planner at dradarespeaks.net. That's the only one that's not on Amazon.
Excellent. And I'm Michelle Jackson. You can meet me in my booth, or you can go to my website at authormichelledjackson.com to purchase my books and to learn more about the Black Writers Workspace. So thank you all. We are signing out. So let's say goodbye to everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here I go. I can't seem to unmute myself. This is hilarious. Anyway, I love that. That was so much fun, and just a great time with writers from the Black Writers Workspace. We are writing in all genres, and you're going to meet more writers tonight. We have sci-fi writers, fantasy writers, romance, children's books, nonfiction, journals, fiction, poetry, a little bit of everything, and so many authors that are down below waiting to meet you. So please go into their booth and meet with them. And if you can get the name of their city and send those over to me, you're going to win a great prize. So that's our scavenger hunt. But it requires you to go from booth to booth and to meet them, to listen to their readings. I just sat through Jamie's reading on her book. Oh my God, I ask you to go down and meet with Jamie. She is doing some amazing things. And Cheryl and her book on autism. If you want to talk about autism, if you have a child with autism, this is a great chance to talk to someone who is not only a special needs teacher, but has written a book about it, something that she can share with you. She can share with you the things that she knows. There's Dr. Adair, who has written, well, I think it was 18, 19 books I mean, this lady is busy, PhD. She's doing it and she's sharing what she knows. Get over it. I love that. And then you have Audrey, who is a friend of mine from Pittsburgh. I used to live in Pittsburgh myself. And I'm so happy to have her a part of this event because Audrey brings so much information in about the corporate world, things that we need to think about and things that we need to learn to appreciate, and thinking about how much people had to go through over the years in order to excel at these companies. I've worked in many different industries, and I can tell you, I've read her book. It is dynamic. It is something that you want to have on your shelf. So what's happening next? We're going to keep the ball rolling. I like things to move along quickly because I don't want you to get bored. Not that you can get bored because you have so many people to go and visit down in our authors lounge. If you've already visited people, then go into the chat box. You can't see the chat box if you're on Facebook only. You have to come to boothcentral.com in order to do that. But if you want to tell us who you've met, put that in the chat box. Let us know who you've talked to so that we can just see that you are being an active participant in this event. And that's what's so important. But as for now, we're going to do something that I mentioned before that we would add onto this event, which is something we haven't done in the past, and that is to hear some of our spoken word participants. We actually put an all call out there to the members of the Black Writers Workspace, and we asked them, we said, hey, send us over your spoken word videos because we're going to select 2 or 3 of them to play at the event. And I think I got maybe 20. And I'm so excited about that, but I was only able to select 3. And these are the 3 that really blew me away. So I hope that you enjoy this particular section of our event because it's something new, but it's something so needed. And that is to shine light on our poets and our spoken word artists out there. So give me a second and we're going to get that video up for you. And you can go into the chat box and tell us how much you like it. You can also please connect with our authors in the Authors Lounge.
For those of you who don't already know, my name is Ashley Nicole, and I'm here to do a spoken word piece on the statue Ramesses II. I chose this piece in particular because he was an emperor of men as well as his civilization. He took his ancient civilization of Egypt from low plateaus to grand heights by creating pyramids and statues everywhere, bringing great wealth to his nation. So I wanted to combine my charismatic energy with Ramesses and present to you my favorite poem, Do. Thank you. To abandon what you've known all of your life for the sake of pursuing a dream sometimes means following shadows. Unpaved paths for never thought of thoughts that present you with no follow through. Sometimes those doors of opportunity, they lead to empty hallways of potential, but it's all mental, the process that is. Becoming something worth becoming. Achieving all of what believing is meant for. It's time for your door to unlock itself. It's time for whatever is hidden inside of you to unleash itself into the atmosphere, for it is only your fear of failure that triumphs your potential success. So find faith in the unknown. Find comfort in showing the unshown and master your ability to think for yourself. Master the probability of becoming more than yourself, but all of you at the same time. I don't know what that means to you, but become all you know yourself to be, including the parts you've never met. Forgetting what it means to be swept back into the hole of scheduled routines that drowned your soul and killed the very light that illuminates your mind. Come from behind your metaphorical walls and stand 10 feet taller than your enemies, for they will never be anything more than just a blemish in your past. While masked as the inspiration within their identities, don't hide from the pain that numbs you. Instead, embrace the headspace that becomes you. The hidden agenda will come to you and fund for you the currency of transformation. Utilize the urge or sensation to want to say or do whatever, and take note of how clever your mind is when you take that image and surface it upon someone else. Start taking old dreams off the shelf and acknowledging them as growing assets in your life. You only have yourself to disappoint. You only have one life, and the point is you must live it willingly, accepting all that occurs naturally as your continued thought carries on the current of the winds. Utilize the system of your mind to motivate your limbs to create something. No longer should you wait because you have waited long enough. You have been here long enough. You have played this role long enough, and it's time for a breakthrough. So break through to your next destination. Paint your name and face on the walls of contemplation, where you in turn become the inspiration for someone else. Create paths for someone else. Find the words to tell someone else that you set out to do what you've always wanted to do. Put records of your doings on the shelf so that others can sit theirs right next to you. Ability. It is the competence of your mind on its path to find what can't be found. So turn yourself around and commit to doing it anyway. Doing is what I will do until I have nothing left to give. And for as long as I live, I will forever transcend the workings of my creations, because procrastination won't get me where I've always wanted to be. Even if I don't know where that is, I'll be glad I did. I have a different mind, and I intend to find those like me so that those who might be just like me can look at me and discover their self, discover their wealth of who they are and who they intend to be. Now, there are always reasons to let your potential pass away, but the waste will be yours if it is you who stands in your way.
Did you enjoy that poem by Ashley Nicole? I love that. I've listened to it so many times. I just turn off the video and just listen to her words. Um, Amazing, very, very amazing poetry and spoken word. And I appreciate Ashley for allowing us to share that with the audience. I think we can learn so much from our spoken word artists because you have to go so deep in order to write poetry. So we are excited also because we are honoring our poetry writers tonight by not only showing spoken word, but also we will be giving away $250 to the winners of our Chapter 1 writing competition, which is a competition that we created here on the Black Writers Workspace for unpublished and self-published authors. And we're going to be awarding $500 to the winner of the fiction nonfiction category and $250 to the winner of the poetry category. So stay tuned to that. That's going to be around 7:20 when we make those announcements. As for now, I hope that you have visited many of the authors that are here tonight. They are doing readings in their booth. They're talking with you about their work, and you can also buy their work from them. I'm going to be in and out of my booth. If you want to see me, feel free to, you can send me an email at events@prsolutionsllc.org, and I will definitely meet you in the booth. However, every time I get off the screen, I do go into my booth if you are interested in coming to see me. But before you get to me, I hope that you will visit everyone, and learn from them. So we have time for a little music. We have Kashmir, who's going to perform another 10-minute set for us. While Kashmir is performing, I hope that you are spending time in the booth and actually getting all those cities down so that you can win the big prize. I also hope that you are paying attention to the trivia questions so that you can send those answers over to me. I have seen that a few of them have come over, so I know that you're paying attention. So if you're not on boothcentral.com, please come over to Booth Central. If you're on Facebook and you're thinking about how do I get to see these authors? The best way to do it is to go to boothcentral.com, come into the event so that you can see our authors lounge. But for now, we've got time for a little bit of Kashmir. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope that you spend this time getting to know someone new and chatting with us in our chat box. See you soon.
Thank you.
So, did you enjoy Kashmir? Again, we're going to see him one more time tonight, in addition to two more spoken word presentations, and wow, two more panels. So, we have a lot to do tonight. I wanted to stop though and thank everyone for being a part of the Black Writers Workspace and for joining this event. We know it's a Friday night, you're tired, you've had a long week, it's so much happening in the world, but you are here with us because you appreciate good writing and you want to support writers everywhere. We understand that there are a lot of books to choose from. I mean, every day, thousands of books are being released. However, there are some people who are just writing from the heart and who's really using literature to change the world around them in a huge, huge way. We know that our work will be our legacy. It will outlive all of us. However, we also know that makes it that much more meaningful that we put out good work. So I'm hoping that you are spending time talking to the people who are in the booth. We have Ebony Nicole Smith, who's down there, who has a fantastic book she wants to share with you about her singlehood and growing and preparing for life and love and all the things in between. We have so many writers. We have Stone Abdullah, who's here with Journey of the Shadow, and he's going to be talking to you about his sci-fi book. And if you haven't met Stone, oh, you are about to meet him. He is so excellent. I think that you can learn quite a bit from him as well. And once again, I am also in my booth from time to time. It's not about getting in my booth as much as it is about making sure that you get the information that you need and that you are in the booths of all the other authors so that they can hopefully show off their work and persuade you to make a buy, which is what it's all about. So now we're going to put up another trivia question, and then we're going to go into our panel discussion. And remember, these are panelists who are here tonight to talk with you. This particular panel is such a dynamic group of writers, and they're going to explain to you more about their books, what inspired them to write the book, and kind of their next steps. So hold on, we have an amazing panel coming up next. Hi, everybody. It's Michelle Jackson, and I am here with another set of amazing authors who are exhibiting tonight at the book relaunch party and our book fair. So this is our third book fair. And what is so exciting about this is that we do these because we're just trying to give our new and independent authors avenues to sell their books and to get a larger fan base. But in order to do that, you have to support us. You have to come out. You have to get in our booth. You have to get to know us. And hopefully you will be purchasing our work tonight. Now, most of us or many of us are self-published authors, but that doesn't mean anything. We are getting our stuff out there. It is well written, and I know that you will enjoy it. These are stories that people want to hear about, and that's why we are now interviewing some of our exhibitors so that you can learn more about their story, where they're coming from in their story, what inspired them, what are some of the next steps, what's driving them to write. Because as writers, we're all passionate, very passionate about what we do. And so we have 4 authors who are on the screen now, but they are also authors who you can meet in their virtual booth after this particular, actually you can meet them now. You can go down and connect with them right now in their booth and get to know them. They can bring 5 of you into their chat room. Once you're in that chat room, you can communicate with them using a platform just like Zoom. And you can learn about their books and you can learn how to purchase their books. But for now, we want you to meet them on the screen. And we have first Stone Abdullah, who I have interviewed. This will be my 3rd time. And trust me, she is He's a wonderful, wonderful science fiction writer in Mississippi who's doing some great work. And he's got a book he wants to tell you about. So, Stone, tell us about yourself and about your book.
Yes, ma'am. And it's great to see you again, Michelle. It's always awesome. Well, hello everybody. Of course, my name's Stone Abdullah. I am the author behind the book series Journey of the Shadow. Oh, guess what? There it is, Journey of the Shadow. That's volume 1. This is the second edition, and this is volume 1. This is the first edition. So, Journey of the Shadow itself is a story about a prodigy, a supernatural prodigy. He's young. He's a commander, Sumisu, of a supernatural warrior clan in modern day Earth, and they detect some, dark magic practices happening across the planet, and they believe it's as a result of an ancient evil trying to resurrect itself. So Commander Sumisu leads the charge, but then during the investigation, he learns that his high school friend is a power that 2 extraterrestrial civilizations have been looking for the past 800 years, and a genius that he discovers may know more clues behind his powers and himself. So now Sumisu has to put all these riddles together and perhaps give humanity a chance to survive against this oncoming threat. So that is Journey of the Shadow. And you guys are more than welcome to come by my booth, like Michelle said, and ask me tons more questions, because it's a big onion and there's a lot of layers to peel back in terms of the story. So you're more than welcome to talk to me. And as you can see, I love this story. I've been writing for over 20 years, and I'm working on my second book, but we'll get more into that later. It's a secret. We'll get more into that later.
Stone is so wonderful. First of all, he has this great radio voice that, like smooth jazz. I'm just ready for him to say that. So,
smooth jazz. WJSU. I used to do jazz for a little bit. Yeah, for 2 years.
I love it. I love how you get into your story and how you connect with those authors. We've talked about this a number of times about writing science fiction and being an African American who's writing science fiction, which is still a genre that I feel like we definitely should be doing more in. Talk to us about that process to write this book. I know you talk about 20 years. Tell us what happened within that 20 years to make you put out such a dynamic piece of work.
Oh my goodness. Well, and for the sake of brevity, I've always been like a scientist in my head, and I blame my mom, my dad, God rest both of their souls, for nurturing that within me. But then I love the way my mom told stories, and my dad was equally long-winded because he had a lot of history behind it himself. And so as time went along, as I was a kid and I was, taking in information from like the Twilight Zone, the old school, and Alfred Hitchcock, and watching Battlestar Galactica and some other things, I was like, man, I wonder, with all the sciences that I'm learning, I wonder if I could write a story. It was just a what if moment. In science, you always ask yourself what if, and then you test it. I said, well, why can't we do the same thing for writing? And so I didn't know where I wanted to go initially, but I said, well, let's start with somebody that maybe I can relate with. So I used myself technically as a model, and I drafted like 2001 on paper. It was called Shadow's Journey at the time. And from then, I got into industry, worked went to college, got married, and then not married, and then got into grad school, worked for the federal government, all these other things. And then boom, I published the first book, which is this guy, in August of 2017. And I said, well, my goodness, after everything I've done working, in academia and government and industry, this part of myself never left. I just have this willingness, this urge, this drive to tell a story, but more importantly, to inspire other people, right? To give them another component of the human experience. I said, we can drop some elements within all this science fiction and technology and extraterrestrials and, metaphysical stuff. But I said, we can implement models of how we can communicate better as human beings, how we can respect each other, how we can overcome adversities, no matter what sort of gifts that we've been given, right? And respect those gifts. And guess what? Empower other people to embrace their own gifts. So I said, man, there's a whole lot we can do with Journey of the Shadow. And I just learned that over time. Of course, that didn't hit me initially. But then I think my dad told me, oh man, about 10 years ago, he said, son, you can do so much with this story. And I chewed on that. Even when I was going through class, you're taking all those hard classes and you're sweating and stuff like that. I'm like, man, that old man, he dropped he dropped a bomb on me. You know what I mean? Like the Gap Band said back then, he dropped a bomb on me. So mom said, don't quit. So I said, yes, ma'am. And this story I wanted to give to other people, so perhaps they can be inspired, as I said before, and maybe they be authors. Who knows? They could be any other kind of creative, right? Creative expression is a form of communication. So I hope that Journey of the Shadow would be, I hope it would kindle that fire within the other people.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. Love talking to
Thank
you.
you.
Absolutely. Sasha, first of all, I want to tell you I love your name. I feel like it's my alter ego name, and that is such a beautiful thing. So tell us about your work. Why are you with us tonight? And tell us, what inspired you to write?
Well, thank you, Michelle. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be a part of this platform. And, I just want to say what a wonderful experience this is going to be for me. I am a romance author. I've been writing since I was like a small child. And it was sort of an escape for me, just to kind of get away from the things that were going on in my life, as a child. And so I created characters, I created stories that I can kind of like delve into and just kind of hide into that. And it's just kind of carried on throughout my life. And similar to Stone, I, went to college. I had different jobs. I had all of those, different things, but that writing bug was always within me. And in 2014, I started like really focusing on my writing, and ended up writing 12 books in a year. So between 2014 and 2015, I just like it was like a creative craze. I don't know what it was, but I just churned out and churned out and churned out. And so I've been slowly publishing those. So now I have 10 that are published. And then, I'll work on the rest. And I finished a 13th sometime last year. So, yeah, but not I don't have that creative bug as I had before, so it's kind of a slower process, but I'm okay with that. Still creative, still doing other things, still trying to build my brand and offer opportunities to other authors who may not be seen otherwise, because how difficult it is for us to really get published. So giving them a voice, telling their story, not just the manuscript that they've written, but the actual story of who they are and why they are doing what they're doing, similar to what I'm doing. But of the 10 books, I have 2 with me. One is Love Undercover, and this one is about FBI agents who go undercover, and they learn a lot about themselves as they, build a relationship. They had worked together for 10 years, but never really interacted. And so they're seeing not only each other, but themselves for the first time, whilst obviously there's a case to solve, but, it's a love story. It's what it is. Another book I have is The Marines Evangeline. And that one is, it's kind of involved. The lady in the book is married, and she's in an abusive marriage. The gentleman who is a Marine, who actually like sees her and kind of like falls for her, helps her to find herself again. Because sometimes, when you are in an abusive relationship, you lose yourself. You become whoever it is that person wants you to be. And he helps her, through his love, find love of herself again, and find, who she is, build that strength to get away and start her new life.
Who doesn't love a love story? I'll tell you.
Hey.
You know what? I watch so much Hallmark, and it's kind of sickening. But it is the most. It relaxes my brain. Actually, it's like I know it's going to happen. I would love to see a Black writer write more for these stations. I mean, and write books and put out romance novels. I really do. I think there is still too much of a negativity, or this idea of especially Black women, we're too hard to really understand, too tough to really understand and romance and all those types of, it is so untrue. It's so degrading to even assume that. But I do think that there's still this segment of our population that believes that we can't be soft enough to tell a beautiful love story. The fact that we are still talking about Love Jones, like I love Love Jones, but Love Jones is like how many years ago? And I'm thinking there is so much more love and Black love and just romance and out there. And so we have to continue to dig into that. So Sasha, thank you so much. And you are here tonight, right?
I am. I am so excited. I'm really ready to meet any and everybody, you know, not just people that I know, but I love to interact with people who I don't know and maybe learn a little bit more about them and why they're interested in, you know, my books or any books for that matter.
Well, thank you so much. I love that. At the bottom of the screen, everybody, we have a question. And if you answer that question, you will win a prize. So that question is, who wrote Just As I Am, a memoir? You can send that answer over to events@prsolutionsllc.org. You're going to get me when you send an email to that email address. So please do so, even if you just want to send some comments and just talk to us. But you can also do that in the chat box. We have a chat box on the side of the screen here that you can put in any chat. Tell us, talk to Sasha, talk to Stone. You can do that as well if you're not going to go down into their booth and talk directly to them, which I hope you will. So, Coach Ebony Nicole,
yes.
I love that name. Talk to us about your work and tell us about what inspired you to write it.
Yeah, so I just want to make a quick confession. I have yet to watch Love Jones. Have not seen it. Just haven't. So I'm kind of like, oh, maybe I should watch that next weekend. So I'll see what I can do. But my name is Ebony Nicole Smith. I've been writing since 2010, and I published my first book in 2012, and I am 9 books published, and I have written 1 in May, and I'm finishing up another one this month. This is my baby right here. This is called A Praying Wife in Waiting. It is actually an anthology written by myself and 17 amazing women. I had the opportunity to be the visionary behind it. Let me tell you, I cast the vision, they grabbed it, they understood the assignment, and we produced this book. It was originally supposed to be a 90 or a 60-day devotional, but God said, yeah, no, let's do something different. Reach out to these women, tell them what it is that you need, what I see, says the Lord. And then next thing you know, 2 months later, they had their chapters done and we had headed into publishing. The book is a combination of single women and married women. The premise behind it is just to get wives who are waiting like myself, praying wives and waiting like myself, hope and strategy, insight, inspiration to keep hope alive and to keep waiting patiently. It's also to help women to get rid of that baggage that may have come along with them from prior relationships that they have not yet let go of. And one of the things I talk to women about is those triggers. Once you recognize a trigger, that means you need to get in prayer and get rid of it. And so what we did was pull back our old wounds, pull back our veils, and expose ourselves to help other women who desire to be wives, who are actually, some were married that purchased the book, who are wives as well, begin their healing process so they can be prepared for such a covenant title as a wife. And for the wives, it's a total of, I believe it's 112 years worth of knowledge coming from these women, 112 years. So they poured out. The intro was written by Martha Hope, who was married for 50 plus years. And she's a widow now, but her story was like sitting on a porch on a nice, cool afternoon, drinking lemonade and listening to grandma talk. That's what it was like for me as I read it. It was like, okay, grandma, you didn't like him the first time you met him? You were like those big old ears. I don't want kids with ears like that. You were just like, no, grandma. But she actually grew as he pursued her, because he was relentless. He was not giving up on his Martha. He saw her. He's a man who knows what he wanted. He was a man who knew what he wanted, and he made her his wife. And she shares her story about what it takes to have a marriage that long. And then as a single woman, it was about 5 or 6 of us, and we shared our stories of how to become successfully single, which is letting go of that baggage, recognizing those triggers, recognizing and addressing, acknowledging the traumas from yesteryear and dealing with them before they become a reason why your marriage fails. And so then we shift over to women who were married from 1 to 10 years, because sometimes people say those are the glory years, those beginning years of marriage. But these women were like, yeah, year 2, we were ready to call it quits. But here they are, year 6, 7 or whatnot. And then we shift to the final section of women who were married 11 plus years. They had to endure, not in a bad way, but just internally what they had to deal with to make them better women, that make them better servants of God, and made them better wives and mothers. And so, yeah, it's a praying wife in waiting, but it's for wives who are waiting and wives who already are.
I've been married 19 years.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes, thank you. And I love that you took this book from different angles, that you didn't just look at it from one perspective. First of all, I love talking to older women, because there is a point in life, I think around 55, I'm 47, so I'm creeping up there, where you get so honest, because what I got to lose at this point? And so
Nothing.
Those are the women who begin to really pour into the younger women and can say, you know what, it wasn't always perfect, but we pushed through, we got through it. So I'm glad to hear that it comes from different angles. And I think I really tell everybody to go buy this book. I mean, I'm going to go buy it, because I love that, like I said, not only that you're talking about a book from a topic like this, that is so important. First of all, I want to stress that I am pro family, pro marriage. If you can make that baby work, make it work. Okay. There's a lot of benefit to staying married if you can. I'm not saying staying in a bad marriage. I'm saying a good, one that people want to work at. I am I'm a big supporter of that, because I know how my marriage changed so much in my life and helped me to grow as a woman. I always say it's like a mirror. It's like you're waking up every day to a mirror. All your faults, you will see them.
Absolutely.
They will be, if you're selfish, your marriage is going to show that. If you're mean, your marriage is going to expose that. So if you don't want to deal with you, you may not want to get married, because you're going to have to deal with yourself. So great. I love that. I encourage everybody to go down to the booth, to your booth, and talk to you about your book. What's your number one takeaway from this experience of writing this book?
Oh, my number one takeaway is to be vulnerable, is to truly be comfortable, secure in yourself. Because if you're not vulnerable, you will not show the truth of who you are. And vulnerability is very important in any relationship. But if you desire to be married, you have to be vulnerable. And so when I began to write this, it was like, whew, do I want to share this? Okay. Whew. Had to take a pause. I had to talk with my friend who was one of my mentors. She's also in the book, Vanessa Floyd. I had to talk with her. I was like, look, sis, I'm going to share this, but can you read it first and just tell me to start over? Because, your girl, I will start from scratch. And it was a journey for me, because I had to say, are you truly healed? Are you truly whole? Are you truly safe and secure in who you are and who you are in Christ? If so, then you are successfully single. Go ahead and tell your story. And that's what it was. My main takeaway was being vulnerable.
Love it. Love that. Katira, I would love to hear about your work. Talk to us about it, and tell us what inspired you to write it.
Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Katira Poland. I'm an 8-time published author, and I'm also an editor and the CEO of Love for Words, which is an editing boutique My debut book is Professionalism What's That? And it covers the different elements that we need to know about entering the work field, either as an employee or an employer. So it talks about conflict management. I also talk about how to dress for success. What is business casual versus business professional? What is casual? What's appropriate for, a meeting at work versus, if you're going to a holiday party for work. I also touch on code switching, which is my favorite chapter. And that's basically when you adapt who you are based on your setting or who you're with or the environment that you're in. And as I'm sure all of us here know that a lot of people look like us have to code switch a lot more often and in many different ways than some of the those who are part of the large society. So we're expected to appease the larger society by straightening our hair, changing our accents, hiding our accents, shortening our names. So often when I introduce myself, the first of us or an Americanized version for those not in the United States to appease the society at large. Going back to examples of code switching with hair, it's even like where the young man who was in high school had his dreads cut off in order to participate in a wrestling match. There's a little girl who had her braids cut off. So what I want to do specifically with that chapter is talk about code switching and the cons of code switching, just because so often it's presented as the only way that you can be successful. It's often taught that if you don't do it, you're not going to make it. You won't get the promotion. If they see Kataya at the top of the resume, she's not getting a call back versus Catherine. So I really just wanted to bring to light that there are detriments to code switching, that it can be very taxing, it can be overwhelming, it can be sometimes it's just very disheartening. It makes you feel discouraged, like, oh, I can't be my true self. I have to pretend to be this way or that way. So that's my favorite chapter. That's not the only chapter in the book, but that's the chapter that I'm most passionate about, which is probably obvious. But I also talk about professional development. What is an informational interview? How do you ask for an informational interview? How would that help you? Also networking, how you can network even for introverts, different ways. Sometimes we leave out that part of our population. So I talk about, coffee shops, meeting one-on-one for those who prefer, quieter ways of networking, joining associations, joining clubs, um, and just being open to learn. So I wanted to create professionalism. What's that? Because of observations and experiences. So there are a lot of people who never learned that. No one ever taught them that you're supposed to answer the phone this way at work. No one told you're supposed to. You're supposed to, and I'll say that with air quotes, because again, that's based on middle class white society. So I mean, if you don't answer the phone that way, unfortunately, you will be judged, and typically that's in a negative way. But I wanted to bring to light these are the things that will help you, but also that there's a downside to those things. In that particular chapter, again, I'm back on code switching. That's not the only chapter in the book, but I think it's important. So I tend to talk about chapter the most. But I talk about other things again, just networking, being open to improvement, how to deal with conflict, and not just in a professional setting. So, for example, I included when I went to a McDonald's and they got my order wrong. I ended up getting back to my office before I realized that. So I went back and I showed my receipt. Hey, this is wrong. They replaced the order and they also gave me a free drink. But what I did is I said, what if I had gone back, threw the receipt, threw a sandwich, started yelling, cursing, threatening, etc.? People would have looked at me differently. Who knows who was sitting in that lobby? My future supervisor could have been in that lobby, a future client could have been in that lobby. So it's not, you have to consider what you're doing, not just in, a work setting, but basically in all settings. So I also talk about that, the importance of making smart decisions, thinking before you act and things like that. So I really wanted to create a resource that people could either get a refresher on, or if they never learned it, they can open the book and say, oh, okay, well, this is great. I'm glad that I learned this. There's like sample cover letters and resumes in the book as well. and different, resources that you can have access to. So I wanted to have this resource, all the people who, again, need a refresher or never learned it, because we don't learn it in school. I've never taken a professionalism class.
Mm-mm.
Unfortunately, I mean, I think that's something that should definitely be in schools. And
Mhm.
actually, I'm planning to re-release them. So I'm working on connecting with universities and colleges and high schools to get this put into curriculum.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't this book be curriculum? And the people who read it, I always get that feedback. This needs to be in our schools. So I'm working on that. So yeah, that's a little bit more about the book and why I wrote it, and why I was motivated to write.
Well, that is excellent. And please, everybody, go down and purchase this book. Purchase it for yourself and for your kids. I teach, I taught a leadership class at a local community college here in Louisiana. And our youth, a lot of what I learned growing up in the South in Alabama, that I learned, the hard way, because I grew up with parents who lived through the civil rights movement and saw Jim Crow laws in full effect. And my father's 88, so he can tell me stories, that he has told me stories that are just amazing. We were taught that you dress a certain way, you act a certain way, you had to be very professional in what you do. And I am glad I was taught that, to be honest with you. I am a corporate girl. I ran shopping centers for 10 years. I was a banker for 4 years. I wrote policy for the state of Maryland for 6 years. And so I've had the code switching, yes, it's real. And, one of the underlying themes of what we're doing over these next 2 days, because today, we have the book fair, but tomorrow we also have our virtual writer symposium. One of the underlying themes is, do black writers matter? Or why do black writers matter? And when you were talking, I'm listening to you and I'm saying, okay, is this story the same, or would your philosophies be the same if if we were hearing this from someone who's not African American? No. To tell the story about code switching and having to assimilate in the corporate environment is something so specific to a minority, because you can see it from the outside, but what it does to you internally, to know that I've got to be somebody else in order to accomplish something, that if I want to get those red highlights, I can't, because I walk in the boardroom, I'm going to be, completely turned around and ask questions that are so ridiculous. You're like, I mean, every time I would change my hair, it was a conversation. So you changed your hair? Yeah, I did. It's okay. I changed. I'm still Michelle. Still get this right. So I was, this is why it's important that we tell these stories. It's important to hear about professionalism from an African American woman who has gone through these things, because what you're experiencing, a lot of people can't really relate to if they're not in your shoes. So thank you so much for telling that story. Now, my question for you is, in this world of I want to be who I want to be, and you have to accept me the way I am, how do we train up this next generation to infuse professionalism into their interest in staying so authentically who they are? And this goes back to the I want purple hair, but I also want to be promoted at this company who's not going to allow me to have purple hair. So how do you infuse some of these traditional professional rules into this generation who's grown up to be a lot more independent and, forward thinking than I would even say my generation? We were still kind of under the umbrella of, our parents coming out of the movement. How do you do that?
Honestly, I think it is going to manifest itself in entrepreneurship and innovation, because I would say millennials, my generation, we're not going to that. So if I want to have purple hair, or if I want to wear an afro, and my supervisor and my constituents and their team are telling me that's not a part of their plan, I have the resource and the capacity to start my own firm, which I have my own business. So I see that continuing. Unfortunately, a lot of the entrepreneurship grows out of necessity for our people, because we're discriminated against. We apply, we don't get the job, or we don't get the pay that we deserve. So That is unfortunate, but the fortunate thing that comes out of it is that we have our own businesses, we create our own rates, we charge our value, and we work with people who value us, who are going to pay us the way that we should be paid and treat us the way that we should be treated.
Mhm.
So what I see is that we'll continue to manifest these beautiful, strong Black businesses, and that our children will not wait to be adults to have businesses because they don't have to. You can start a business literally at any age. So I envision that, Black parents will begin to instill that entrepreneurship younger and younger instead of, someone like me. I grew into that. My parents were not entrepreneurs. So it's something I went out on a limb and did. But now that I've done it, that'll be a part of the future generation. And my kids will see, hey, mom already has her business. I can take hers over, or she can help me start my own, or and dad, or whatever. So that's what I envision. That's what I'm praying for. We have our own. We've always had our own, and I envision we will continue to have our, and it will only get better. And I do see a separation of us from the larger society because they don't want us. But
Mhm.
the way I see it, and I hope that's not like too negative, but I do feel that's the truth. And that we do need to have hope is that's how I'll leave that.
Well, I will tell you, that's what this is about, BWW. I'm an entrepreneur. I teach entrepreneurship to kids. I have a youth entrepreneurship program. Corporate girl, turn around. Being an entrepreneur changes so much about how you see things. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm happy to hear you approach it from that perspective. I
Mhm.
was happy to hear you say that. You shocked me because I wasn't expecting you to say entrepreneurship, but that is absolutely the truth. Um, it's becoming more and more harder to assimilate, and nobody wants to anymore. Take me the way I am. I don't want to morph into something else in order to be successful. And so the best remedy for that is going and doing things yourself. Is what Malcolm X said, is what Ujama means, which is economic, cooperative economic. Let's pull together and do things ourselves. And I'm a big believer in that. So that's excellent. That is
I just
excellent.
wanted to add, I'm sorry, quickly. I just wanted to say I see that in the self-publishing option.
Yeah.
So there's so many of us who are publishing our own books because the traditional route doesn't work for us. So
Mhm.
I think that's an example of how it works in the literary world.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And that was my next question. You are like reading my mind tonight. So that's the next question about self-publishing and the fact that we are all business owners
Yeah.
because we have a brand, which is our book and ourselves, and we are putting it out there. And it's not true. There's a lot of self-publishing. I don't even recall. I may have queried one company or two companies over the years. I wanted to self-publish. I wanted to own my work, but there is still negative thing hanging over our heads that the work isn't good enough. Stone, tell
Yes,
me
ma'am.
why the work is good enough. Please explain it to everyone in America why our work is good enough and why self-publishing Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry about that. We had a small glitch, but we are going to go back in and try to capture the last ending of that presentation. It was such a good conversation, but it's the internet, so unfortunately things happen. So we have been working on that on our end. So we're going to try to go in and catch the last part of that conversation, because I wanted to make sure that everyone gets a chance to hear it. So if you are having any problems hearing us, then you should be good now. We're going to do this one more time. Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's Michelle Jackson.
Said because that way I don't have to prove they will these entities want you to believe that you always have to prove something to them. Prove what? Based upon what set of standards? Because you so I mean, then who are you? You are not the God Almighty, for crying out loud. But they want to make you believe that they are the gatekeepers, the holders of any set of opportunity that exists, regardless of what career path you take. I said, that's delusion. And so a function of taking self-publishing and knowing that your own worth, right? Knowing your own worth is doing for yourself.
Yes.
That is the representation that's going to demonstrate to them that, okay, just because you threw this needless set of stereotypes against me to say, well, we don't, you look good, but you know, we've heard it time again, we can eliminate that and we can create opportunities for other African Americans. And in the absence of society saying that you have to conform to these particular compartmentalizations, you have to accept and drink all these idiosyncrasies in order to believe that success is within reach based upon how we say that success is within reach, you know? So this entrepreneurship involving self-publishing that allows the African-American writer, and here's why our work is so good. It's because we have been treated so harshly. Yeah. Hate to get on a soapbox, but it's, you know, something that my parents, God rest both of their souls, and you mentioned earlier about our parents going through those Jim Crow laws and experiencing that. And man, listening to all the old man and the old lady stories, it really opens up your eyes. I said, but this demonstrates a lot of that struggle shows you the value. You get the experience of what to value in life, right? And then you could communicate that, you can expressiate that more poignantly within your creative expression, whether it be visual, literary, music, or what have you. And this is what African Americans have done systematically, right? You know, they love African American culture and what we produce in terms of creative arts, but they wonder why we're able to express, you know, the natures of these stories of struggles within ourselves, struggles between other people, struggles with, you know, conformity of society. It's because we are an oppressed people to this day. So a lot of our literature is going to embed a lot of what we've personally experienced to grip the reader and pull you into a state where we may have experienced at some point of our lives. That sort of richness can only come from someone who's lived it, period. That's why our work is so good. And I'll say this one last thing. There's a little bit of an air that you don't want that many people to read that kind of literature. You don't want that many people to read that, to understand the other side, because if they understood on a wider basis, my God, that would be such an integrated society. And then suddenly all of these things that we see from the top down would they would erode, my gosh, a lot faster than what we're seeing. So a lot of times these stereotypes from the big companies, the big publishing corporations, et cetera, they don't want to see all the gifts from us because that would wake somebody else up. And they say, well, that's going to damage our system because we want to enforce our system on you. We don't want that on us. We don't want you to infiltrate and disintegrate this idiom that we've created, right? So I said, okay, well, that's no problem. But you have to remember to tell yourself that they are not the gatekeepers of the value that you hold, and they are not the gatekeepers of what you can do on this earth, period.
Exactly.
Dismiss
Thank you. Ebony?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yes. I was just thinking, I started my business in 2016. And I began to help others who wanted to take the self-publishing route, but didn't know where to start, even with the actual writing process, let alone the publishing. But what I love is that we get to control, as Black writers, our own narrative. We get to tell our stories our way. No longer needing to wash down or whitewash our stories to make it palatable to others. And so for me, our stories matter because they belong to us. Like Stone was saying, they belong to us. And so instead of having a white woman tell the story of a black woman's life, it's not going to be very much relatable, because those things that truly matter will probably be left out. When we tell our stories, we're taking back that power that was stripped away from us, that told us to be quiet. I encourage my clients, and I encourage anyone else, tell your story. You are giving yourself a voice that was muted or muzzled at one point for whatever reason. You're telling your truth. You're telling your side. You're giving your point of view into a situation that others may have no knowledge about or very little. But we get to control our narrative. Our stories, they do matter. Whether it's fiction or nonfiction, they matter. Especially when it comes to nonfiction, like what Stone is writing nonfiction. How many, lead characters, I don't know if his characters are lead or are African-American, but when it comes to they are, okay, so we have nonfiction, sci-fi fiction writers who are making Black people the star. It's so far and few in between. And then white sci-fi characters, books, the character, if there is a Black character, is 1 out of 5. And then he or she is like the sidekick to the top person in the story, and they don't have much to say, but they're sometimes are the comedic relief, or they don't make it halfway through the book. They just have some dramatic downfall, and it's like, is that what we're good for? But when we tell our stories, whether fiction or nonfiction way, we can make ourselves the true heroes that we are, instead of the footstool or the footnote to main white characters. So our voices matter. Our stories do too. And all hail Black publishers. For real.
Sasha, you want to add our closing remarks on that?
I do. This conversation is wonderful. Because it's definitely what what my brand is moving towards, giving that voice and being that voice, because I too, I tried the traditional publishing route, but the same, you get the rejections, you get the whatevers. And then I thought, and I was like, you know what, if I give up that control to someone else, like if someone else took my story and said, okay, well, you need to do this to that. You need to, like, this is not the cover that you need to have this type of cover. It's taking away that control, that creativity that is mine. Yeah. And, for me, I refuse to give that up. So, it's difficult, marketing and doing all the work that we have to do as self-publishers, say, look at me, amongst all of the, traditional publishers who get like, they're just out in front. It's difficult, but I wouldn't change it, because it means that we are out there meeting people. Like, we don't have an agent meeting people. We don't have like a publicist meeting people. We don't have those things. We ourselves are meeting our readers. Mm-hmm. We are communicating with them. They're getting to know us on a personal level, getting to know who we are as human beings, which kind of gives us an advantage, I think, because it gives that draw to us. It allows people to see the humanness of us. So yeah, no, I fully agree with what everyone is saying about self-publishing. I wouldn't change it. I advocate for it. Even as I open up to publishing for other people, it's their creative baby. It's them. They have all the say. I'm just gonna help you.
Just do the work.
Just push on. Make sure that, okay, yeah, your sentence structure is great. Everything's good, but yeah, I'm gonna push you on your way. But yeah.
Excellent. This has been a great conversation, and everyone, please go down and meet with these authors in their chat rooms. You go to their actual tile, you click the button to say chat, you go into their chat room, you can meet with them. You using a platform just like Zoom, just like we're on right now. You can talk to them about their work. You can purchase their work, which is what we're here to do, is to support these Black authors. I'm Michelle Jackson. If you're interested in finding out more about my work, you can go to www.authormichellejackson.com. Stone, Sasha, Ebony, Katira, let's tell them how they can get your books if they're not on Booth Central and actually watching you. Tell them how they can purchase a book from you very quickly. Stone?
You can get my book. It's available on journeyoftheshadow.com. There's no www. It's just journeyoftheshadow.com, and you can get a signed copy from me and a whole lot of other stuff. So you can go to my Instagram at journeyoftheshadow.
Excellent. Sasha?
You can find all of my books on www.swansongbooks.com, and that's SWANNSONG books.com.
Excellent. Ebony?
Yep, you can purchase my books and find more information about me as a writing coach and publisher at ebonynicolesmith.com. There's no www in front of that, but ebonynicolesmith.com. And my Instagram is my name on here, which is at Coach Ebony Nicole.
Excellent. Katira?
Yes, so you can find my books on my website, polandllc.com. There's 2 L's in Poland. You can also, sign up for a consultation if you are interested in editing on my website. You can follow me at Instagram at polandllc, Twitter at polandllc, and also Facebook Poland at polandllc.
Excellent. And Katira and Ebony will be speaking tomorrow at our Writers Symposium. I hope that everyone will attend it. We can still get you in. So if you're interested, send me an email at the email address across the bottom of the screen, events@prsolutionsllc.org. So thank you all for being a part of this book relaunch party. And just for the records, what are we relaunching? Look, many of us dropped books in the middle of a pandemic. We weren't ready for the pandemic. We didn't know it was coming. So we are relaunching, re-releasing, celebrating, partying, dancing, whatever it takes to let you know that we are excited about being writers and that our works are dynamic and we want you to share. We want to share those works with you. So that's what tonight is all about. It is about relaunching books that are either launched during the pandemic or before the pandemic, but nonetheless, books that we want to get on your bookshelves. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this interview. Bye now. We're going to say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
We got through it. I wanted you guys to see that interview. It was an amazing interview with writers who I feel like bring so much to the table. They really exemplify what the Black Writers Workspace is all about. It's exciting to be here tonight and to have this opportunity to share with everyone our work, because as a self-published author, sometimes it's very difficult for us to get our work out there. I think I read once that a self-published author may sell 250 books in a lifetime. That's not a lot of books when you're thinking about the fact that there are people out there selling hundreds of thousands of books. And so it doesn't mean that the work isn't great. It doesn't mean that the work isn't valuable. It just means that we don't have the big marketing machines behind us. And that's why it's important that events like this, we can get out to enough people who really want to support our work so that you can see how dynamic it is. You can not only read it, but then you can share it. It can be on your bookshelf. That means a lot to us. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we went back so that you can listen to the rest of that interview. And these interviews will also be on our podcast. The podcast is on Spotify. It's Michelle D. Jackson Interviews, Black Writers Workspace Authors, and it will also be on our YouTube channel. And that's the Michelle D. Jackson YouTube channel, and you'll be able to see these interviews there as well. So for now, we have something that I think a lot of people have been waiting for. That is this opportunity to learn about the Chapter 1 writing competition and to announce our winners. We are so excited that we have had this opportunity to create a competition for self-published and unpublished writers from African descent. This is our way of giving back. And one of the things that you struggle with the most when it comes to writing books is it good enough? I mean, that's the question you're constantly asking yourself. Is it good enough? Some of us have a support system who's going to stand behind us and tell us and read us and tell us the truth about the work. Some of us, we don't have that type of community, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to start the Black Writers Workspace. But now we have a competition where we're giving self-published and unpublished authors or writers the opportunity to show off their stuff, to meet with us on the page, which is where many of us are the strongest, I must admit, and to have beta readers and judges review our work and give our work a once over. Is it good enough? Answer that question. Is it dynamic enough? Are you touching all the different things that you should touch in your work in order for it to be marketable? And so we started this competition. We had over 80 people to apply for the competition. We have two categories. One was nonfiction, fiction, and then the second category is poetry. And so the winners of the first category, nonfiction, fiction, will win $500, and the winner of the poetry competition will win $250. So we have J.W. Bella, who's a host. She's going to join us on the screen to talk about this exciting opportunity, which is to announce the winners of the competition. And Bella is and I are going to be hosting a session tomorrow at our Writer Symposium. And I haven't talked much about the symposium, but we have 14 sessions, over 20 speakers from across the country who will be available on Zoom tomorrow to talk to those of you who are interested in becoming writers. We have sessions on how to write fiction and nonfiction, how to write sci-fi, how to write poetry. We have some award-winning authors who will be there to share with you, pour into you. It's from 9 to 4 p.m. tomorrow Central. And you can join us by simply sending me an email. Send me an email at events@prsolutionsllc.org, and I will send you the link, because we want to make sure that our rooms are filled with people who are passionate about writing. So talk to them about who you are, tell them about our session, and let's do what so many people are waiting for us to do, which is to announce the winners of this competition.
Well, I'm so sorry I get to keep y'all from that a little bit longer, but I do bring you greetings from the Irving, Texas. I just hopped off of a plane, so you have to excuse me. I'm still trying to breathe and whatnot. Thank you again, Michelle D. Jackson, for giving me the opportunity to be able to announce the great winners of this competition. Like she told you all before, my name is J.W. Bella. I am the author of The Slip Under My Church Dress, as well as my new book that recently came out, Killing Me Silently. When I'm not writing books, I am hosting a show that is completely about words, creativity, and society called Sign My Book on the Power Play Radio Network. And that is what I will be talking about with Michelle D. Jackson tomorrow. We will actually be talking about how you create a writing community online, not just with social media, as well as with doing a podcast. So we'll give you some really, really quick tips about how to do that effectively. Please note that every single time you do it, it may not always work out the first time, but we want you to at least start that process. And we've been fortunate to be able to do it and do it successfully for the past couple of years. And I'm truly grateful that Sign My Book is one of the things I get to do. I get to showcase other authors. I get to showcase other people who write, and that really does make my heart happy. And that kind of works into what I'm actually doing right now with the chapter 1 writing contest because I get to showcase more people who've actually done this. And like she told you, they do have 2 categories, fiction as well as nonfiction, and the applicants had to write at least about 20 pages of their published or unpublished manuscript, and then submit it. And like Michelle D. Jackson said, we had several people that actually came and entered into the contest, and they were judged by about 10 judges who volunteered, and they were judged on originality, ideas and concepts, grammar, unique writing style, creativity, and descriptive language. So those who win the fiction and nonfiction category will not only receive $500 cash, that's the good part, but you will also receive a Black Writers Workspace e-newsletter sponsored and interview along with a social media promotional package on Black Writers Workspace. Second and third place winners will receive a Black Writers Workspace e-newsletter sponsored ad and interview along with the Black Writers Workspace social media promotional package. And keep in mind, this group is open to, Michelle D. Jackson, correct me wrong, you have about 10,000 people.
We have, I think, 8,600 as of today. And it's growing so much. I think we're picking up almost 200 people a day who wants to join the page. So before you announce the winners, though, I wanted to announce something else as well. This competition means a great deal to me because I wanted to do something that will shine the light on talent that is, coming out of the ground, as well as talent that has been recognized. And I was so happy to hear from a friend of mine. His name is Arden Ishma, and he is a professor down at a university in Florida, and he is also one of the chief editors-in-chief of a digital magazine that is extremely successful, and he wants to interview the winners of the competition.
Well,
so
that is
as one of your prizes, you will get an interview with someone, and he actually interviewed me a couple of months ago, and I must admit, I wasn't prepared. I was thinking it was going to be a short 15-minute, 20-minute interview, and instead it was an hour-long interview that went on. He gets global appeal. He had over almost 3,000 views just on my interview, and I was like, oh, okay, this is serious.
Yes, it is.
Someone who's very dynamic, and I'm happy to hear him want to be a part of this event by offering an interview to our winners. So with that said, it is time to announce the winners.
So in the fiction and nonfiction category, our third place winner is Yeah Boy, Take This, L by Albert Mann. Our second place winner is The Miseducation of Nina Simone by Jasmine Johnson. And our first place winner and winner of the $500, the Black Writers Workspace promotional package, social media package, and an interview with, what's his name again? Remember?
Arden Ishma.
Arden Ishma. I am so sorry if I mess up your name, sir.
And I think I may be messing it up too, but we're on it.
But the winner, the first place winner in the fiction and nonfiction category is Coming of Age, whatever that means, by Jamie Vinny. So congratulations to Jamie Vinny. We do appreciate your work here at Black Writers Workspace. Thank you so much for gracing us with your words. Now we will turn it over to the poetry side. And if I remember correctly, the poet also gets an interview as well.
They will also get an interview and $250 and all the other in-kind prizes as well.
Things, yes, that come with it. So in third place, we have Tiffany Stewart. In second place, we have Shaharia Johnson. And in first place, who will win the $250, the Black Writers Workspace promotional and social media package, and an awesome interview in an online digital magazine, will be Makeen Yassar. So congratulations, Makeen Yassar. That is amazing. I cannot wait to see what you all come out with beyond this, because that's just really cool in itself. And thank you again, Michelle D. Jackson, for allowing me the opportunity to do that. This was really fun. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much. And I hope everyone will come out and hear our session tomorrow. We're going to be talking about podcasts and building online communities. And we have a short session, but it's going to be really impactful. It's one of the 14 sessions we have in this symposium, and we invite everyone to come out. If you're interested, send me an email. I'll send you the link, and you can be there. It's from 9 to 4. You can just come in and out of those sessions as needed. We want you to stay the whole day, but if you can't, we understand. You can also listen to it like a podcast. But with that being said, wow, congratulations to
Yes.
everyone. Jamie and our winner of our poetry side, we're going to be putting up a sign so that you can see who are the winners. I am so excited. I've met Jamie several times. I've interviewed her. When I got, because I did not select the winner, when I received the winner's name, I was like, this young lady is doing so many big things. And I went into her booth just a couple of maybe an hour ago, and she read a part of her book to me, an excerpt, and it was so powerful. Like I said, I did not score her entry, and so I did not get a chance to read the work. And but to know that our beta readers, our reviewers, all had a chance to look at it, and then to have her to read something to me, she didn't even know at the time that she won. I was so excited just to hear her, and now she's down below, actually a part of this event. That is so unique. That is so unique to say that you have this opportunity to go into her booth and to tell her congratulations. And for McKean, I would love, your work. I did read it. It is fantastic. You are definitely a poet who is going to big places. And so thank you so much for submitting. We will have another chapter one writing competition over probably starting in 2022. We also will give you several months to, provide your submissions. Hopefully we will recruit even more judges and reviewers and beta readers. These are people who volunteered their time. I want to personally tell them all, thank you so much for the work that you did. They all had a lot of different submissions to review, and they took their time and they went through them, and we're going to be sending out feedback to those people who participated so that they can get a better understanding of how they can make their work stronger. So what we do at the Black Writers Workspace, it is all about trying to help our writers take the work to the next level. And thank you so much, JW, for being here and for offering to give your time for the event tomorrow, as well as coming off of a plane and being able to participate in this event. So thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to put all the winners up on the screen, and then we're going to continue this event. So I hope you have gone down and met with some of our authors. If you haven't, you have until 9 o'clock. So please go down, buy books, and meet the authors. That's what we're here for. So thank you so much, and you have a great day, okay?
Bye.
going to keep everything moving and moving forward quickly. We have until 9 o'clock here, and I'm so excited to be a part of this event. And hopefully, you are out there talking to your authors. I went into Jamie's booth. She's doing a reading right now. I just wanted to tell her congratulations. So please go down and see her. Right now, we have another spoken word presentation by Kalisa Moffett. I am so excited for you to hear her. She is amazing. I hope that you will learn more about her on the Black Writers Workspace page, and just continue to support our spoken word artists. After that, we will go into our final set with Kashmir Williams, and then we will have our final panel discussion, followed by our last spoken word artist. So you have now about another hour and a half to meet with our authors. If you haven't gone into everyone's booth, please do so. There are some people down there I really want you to meet. One is Reginald Williams. He is the writer of A Marginalized Voice. He works with young men and young boys who are unfortunately possibly in the system. He is a great mentor. He's also one of the speakers at the symposium tomorrow. I think you can learn a lot from him. So please go down to his booth and get to know him. He has a dynamic book, but he also brings with him a wealth of knowledge. And that's what I'm hoping that you can tap into as well. So please be sure to go and meet with him, get to know him, and purchase his book. So let's get started with Carlisa, and get to know her through the spoken word.
Dad, dear brother, dear mom, dear sister, dear church, dear pastor, dear offender. I'm writing you from the state of hating you. I know. There's that place in the Bible that tells us that we should not hate our fellow Israelites, NIV, brethren, KJV, sisters, equal opportunity. But instead, we should openly rebuke, confront our offenders so that we don't share in their guilt. Quite the oxymoron, don't you think? The innocent sharing in the guilt of the guilty when the guilty had no problem hogging the spotlight of the offense. The Bible also says that you, God, will prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. The gag is, I poisoned the food. With my bitter tears, my tainted heart, my misguided feet, all compliments of the remnants of your offense. It was the catalyst for those tears, the contaminant of my heart, the directions on an old faulty map that misguided my feet towards my own destruction. I hated you. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. MLK. The audacity, while the thought of me using my light like a superhero yielding a sword to smite the monster of darkness you ushered into my life sounds quite sexy. The notion that I'll have to profess my love for you when all I've been trying to do is detest my love that made room for your less than pure intentions makes me sick to my stomach. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. KJV. Wait, I think I missed it. Let's try it again. Let my light so shine before my offender that they may see my good works and glorify my Father, insert my God, which is in heaven. That's cute, but what's love got to do with it? Wait, God is love. All right, let's try it again. Let my light so shine before my offenders that they may see my good works and glorify my love, which is in heaven. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only God can do that they may see my good works and glorify my Father, which is in heaven. I'm forgiving you. Make allowances for each other. Insert my mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, my religion, my pastor, my offender. Remember, the Lord forgave you, so you must forgive others. I forgive you. I can't imagine the things that were done to you that would cause you to trespass against me. I suppose you were once hurt, trespassed against, offended. So please hear my heart as I humbly announce that I don't care. But I will acknowledge your past. Although you never apologized, too cowardly to confess your offense, we were bought by his blood and made free. Your sins were forgiven. I used to wear your offense like a pair of baggy jeans, like an oversized hoodie, like a badge of an unhonored victimhood. Today, I stand here naked, no longer willing to help you carry, insert, bear your cross. Jesus already did that for me. And although what I'm about to say makes me cringe a little, he did it for you too. May my insight give me patience. It is to my glory to overlook your offense. So do me a favor, it's the least you can do. Take hold of your own offense, while I choose to carry on in the fullness of life and that more abundantly. In closing, I'll simply end where I started. Dear friend, dear brother, dear sister, dear pastor, dear church, dear religion, dear offender, I forgave you.
I absolutely love that. I forgave you. Wow. We selected that particular spoken word because it incorporates so many things that are important to many of us. One is our faith and our ability to activate our faith. And that's what you do when you forgive someone. So thank you so much, Kalisa, for sharing that with us. And I hope that you all enjoyed it. So going into our final hour, once again, we are asking everyone to go down and to meet our authors, but we are also hoping that you will enjoy our last set with Kashmir Williams. There will be other trivia questions that will come up after Kashmir before we get into our final panel, and I hope that you enjoy it. Everyone, again, it's me here to introduce yet another panel. This is our final panel for tonight. Another group of dynamic writers who are here today to introduce you to their work. We hope that you enjoy it, and please continue to visit our authors booth. Remember the scavenger hunt. So if you are collecting the city, the name of the city from which our authors are from, you can send that over to me at events@prsolutionsllc.org. Also, if you're interested in attending the Writer Symposium tomorrow, you can also send me an email at that same email address. We would love to have you from 9 to 4 p.m. You can come in and out. There are 14 sessions and a whole bunch of knowledge, and we hope that you will join us. But for now, we will introduce our final panel for tonight. Please take the time to listen to them, to learn, and to visit their booth. Hi, everybody. It's Michelle Jackson again here with another set of authors from the book Relaunch Party that's taking place right here on the screen. Down below in the authors lounge or exhibit area, you can meet these authors right now. They are waiting to hear from you. That you can take them into their own a little chat room and talk to them about their work. You can learn how to purchase their work. You can learn what inspired them. That's what tonight is all about. This particular event is all about the authors that are here with us to share their works. Now, many of us are self-published. Not everyone is self-published, so it's not solely for self-published authors. However, we are advocates for self-published authors. I am a self-published author. I have two books. One is The Heart of a Man, which was released in 2010, and the other is From Darkness to Night, book one, Family Secrets, which was released February of 2020, right before we got into COVID. And that is why I started the Black Writers Workspace. I started this Facebook group, which went from, we started out with maybe 10 people to now we have over 8,500 people. Wow. I started it because I was so afraid that I wouldn't be able to sell my book. When I published my first book as a self-published author, I was able to go out to trade shows and book fairs and do those things. And it was very successful and I was very happy with it. But going into a pandemic, who could have expected that there would be a pandemic? I just kept thinking it took me 8 years to write my second book. It was that big of a task. And to know that I was no longer able to go out and promote that book the way I wanted to. So I started the Black Writers Workspace, hoping that we could all, as writers, come together and share resources and talk about marketing and do some of the things that I wasn't able to do with my first book because I didn't really have a community of people to help me. I had to learn on the fly and I made a lot of mistakes. So today we're going to sell books. Tomorrow we're going to talk about how to write books during our symposium. We invite everybody to come out and be a part of it. But as of tonight, we are here with these authors. We have Jazz and Latoya and Aziza, and we are so excited. We're going to learn about their work at the bottom of the screen, and I need to put that up. So give me a second. I want to make sure that we have the next question of name two sci-fi writers who are exhibiting tonight. Two. You got one on the screen. That's a tip. You got one on the screen. Okay. So you can win prizes. But let's get started now. We're going to start with you, Jazz. Tell us about yourself and tell us about your work.
Certainly. My name is Jazz Matthews. I am a romance novelist, and I usually write like multicultural, interracial romances. I've been writing since I was little, and everything has kind of evolved since then. But I wrote my first romance novel when I was 18, like full-fledged. Now I don't know if I'm ever going to publish it, but I wrote my first one then. I have posted my works or all my stories on a website called Literotica. That's where I got my start and also got like a little bit of a following there just to make sure, like, to see if I could write to prove my merit. And I didn't do too bad. So I finally decided to publish my one of my works from there, The Rancher's Callous Heart, which debuted in May of this year of 2021. So that has been a long time coming. So that was a long time dream of finally getting my work published. I am working on the sequel. Hopefully it'll be out next year, depending on a lot of things. You know how life can sometimes be, but hopefully I can get it out that by then. And also, I am married and I live here in Texas with my husband and 3 dogs. And my husband has been supporting me the entire way, so I'm glad for that support system. And yeah.
I love it. So let's talk about the writer from Texas who writes about the rancher who falls in love with, it looks like a black girl, the white rancher that falls in love with the black girl. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My first book, my main character is a white male as well.
Really?
And I did not think anything of it. I wrote the book because I was having a bad day at the office. And I started building this character around a CEO that had really gotten under my skin. And I was in school. I mean, I was getting my master's degree. Now, mine was like 34, 35 years old. I was getting my master's degree. And when the professor wasn't looking, I started building this story. It was my first book. I never thought it was going to be a book. I was just writing, and the story just took off. And so I've had people over the years to say, well, I don't think that people should write outside of their culture. And I would go, well, I guess I messed up because I did. And I didn't do it because I was thinking about it from a race perspective. I did it because it was the character that came to me.
Yes.
It drove me. It wasn't about race or, I had someone to say, why is it that he wasn't a black man? And I'm like, you read this story, you probably wouldn't want him to be. But nonetheless, it really, he has to deal with racism and he has to deal with cultural differences. And so, I wasn't pandering to anyone, but talk to me about writing a character unlike you. And from a romance perspective, have you had any fallout because he's a white character?
Not at all. I will say, like on Literati, I did have a comment that someone had left for me because the character goes up to work at his ranch, and she's kind of like the housekeeper / bookkeeper and stuff like that. But someone had attributed to her being mammy-like. Mm-hmm. But I was just like, technically, you could swap her out with anybody. This plot will work, so let's keep it moving. So when I came to like writing, most of my romances have been interracial or multicultural in that way. So I never really had a hindrance of being told no, especially since I kind of was upfront with what it was supposed to be. And most of my friends, my 2 best friends and stuff, we had shared our stories. We wrote the same things about the same things. And we have also wanted to, because at that time, there still weren't a lot of romance novelists who were Black that was on the shelves, let alone people writing interracial romances too. And so we're just like, you know what, let's go ahead and just like, let's ship all our Black women with everybody in the entire world, because there are romances everywhere that need to be told. And so it started that way 20 years ago. And so it's nice that we don't have that hindrance now like it was 20 plus years ago. So there's not a lot of naysayers that say that a lot of things, because a lot of people have evolved and become more accepting. So I'm glad that has evolved to where that particular genre has blown up, as you could see, a lot than we saw on the shelf 20 years ago. But then again, a lot of our stories are able to be told because a lot of us are able to self-publish like we can.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So Aziza, talk to us about this sci-fi writing. So I've a lot of people tonight, and I don't know if you know Stone Adula. He is a writer. He writes under Journey of a Shadow, and he's here as well. And you guys are writing things that are just so profound, and we need more Black writers in this genre. So I'm so happy to have you here. So talk to us about yourself. Tell us about yourself and tell us about your work.
So I am Aziza Sphinx today. And I have to preface that because I actually do write in 2 different genres under 2 different names. So I am Aziza Sphinx today. I am actually a techie by trade. and I'm a writer by necessity. So the science fiction, the fantasy, the speculative fiction, that whole umbrella has given me an opportunity to kind of put together with the whole idea of so many possibilities that I deal with on a day-to-day basis from the technical side, and to be able to integrate that with my actual writing. So I have been doing this writing professionally since, I guess, 2000, so over 20 years now. I am a hybrid author, so my first couple of books were traditionally published, and those were actually my, I call them African American dramas. I don't really always want to feel like I'm grouped into that urban fiction genre, just because it has kind of been melded with the idea of street fiction and street lit, and that's not what I write. So from that perspective, I've been able to balance the two. But in the last few years, I've been really focused more on the science fiction, the fantasy, and I've probably within the last couple of years gotten into doing fairy tale retellings, either from the villain's point of view, or doing a dystopian take on the actual fairy tale, or just looking at it from a different perspective from what people are traditionally taught related to the fairy tales.
I love that. I love that. So I had a conversation with a sci-fi writer, and I asked them what's harder to write, but sci-fi or fantasy. So I'm not going to ask you that at this moment, but I want you to start thinking about that. You are a techie in a world that is highly technical. And I do believe that because we are touching so much technology now, that we're going to start seeing more sci-fi writers that are African American. Not that you have to be a techie in order to write sci-fi, but I think that being able to think about the world from a futuristic perspective is something that helps a sci-fi writer tremendously. So what do you think about the genre, and how do we get more of us engaged in sci-fi and fantasy?
The reality, though, I think, is there are a lot of us already there. What's happening is that it's still that fight up the ladder to be seen. So, it's there. People are writing it. And even in general, when you're looking at the that are coming out of the other countries, that they're using cell phones to make these little quick movies and that sort of thing, a lot of them do have that science fiction feel and that science fiction approach. But again, it's the fight to be noticed and the fight to be seen. Some of that is because there's now so much flooding into the industry, and so many different avenues that are vying for your attention, that you're not just having to fight the approach of I'm looking at a book, or I'm doing something visual, but you have games now, you have so many opportunities for your interest to be distracted to somewhere or pulled somewhere else, that again it comes back to the struggle of just being noticed. So for me, I don't necessarily feel like there's not a lot of interest in it. When I see the people who I'm dealing with, the people who I talk to, people who are collaborating and creating these new stories and these videos and what have you, they're there. But again, it's just the whole trying to break away and be seen over the so many things that are available for the mind to be drawn to.
I mean, we talk so much about Black Panther. We all saw it and was just like, oh wow, Wakanda, and this amazing world that seemed, it really was empowering to see, all that technology in a country and a land that's run by us. I think we were all enthused by that. Like, wow, this is amazing. But there are definitely sci-fi writers out there that are African American that have done some amazing work. I think about Octavia Butler. I remember reading Kendrick, not realizing that it was sci-fi fantasy, not putting it in any category. I probably was in college, maybe. It was quite a while ago. No one talked to us about it being science fiction. It was just, it was a book. I think that if we would have been introduced to it earlier, we would have and see more of us at the top of this genre. And I'm happy to see you and so many other sci-fi writers that are in our exhibit area This is the first time we've put this on and had sci-fi writers. So I'm excited, very excited to see that. Latoya, talk to me about your work. Tell us about yourself and tell us about your work.
So this is new to me. I am a newly published author. Wrote my first book. Actually, I wrote the book following the death of my dad. He passed away in 2013. And part of my process towards healing, I would journal. And I would take all of those that were in my sphere of influence along this journey with me as I journaled about different topics like practicing patience. And I'll put like these cliche names. I love to use alliteration when I'm doing it. So the title of my chapters in my book is Freeze, Focus, Fire, and what that means and what that looked like for me as I was navigating that healing process following the death after my dad's death, right? So this book, I took all of my journal entries and I was sitting down with my husband and he says, you need to publish this work. You need to allow yourself to be transparent because someone needs to see this. And I said, okay, I'll do it, So I went ahead, I put it together, but as I got ready to publish, now I wrote it and I was done with it in March of 2014. I didn't publish it until March of this year, March 2021. When I got ready to publish my book, it is self-published. When I went back through it, I saw my hurt on those pages and I saw a lot of fluff. So I went back in and as I'm still grieving, I don't think I'll probably ever completely heal, but I'm better than what I was. I'm stepped into my new destiny, right? Without Dad. And I took a lot out. And I'm a huge reflector. So I said, you know what? I want my readers to reflect. So this book allows my audience and my readers to look at my view on certain topics. I give them prompting questions to get their mind working and allow them to reflect. What does it mean to persistently practice patience? After I told you this journey about freeze, focusing, and fire, and just sitting still to understand what your purpose is, how do you focus and you get right to what you're destined to do or become what you're destined to become? A little bit about me, Latoya Dameron. I'm a professional school counselor at the Chicago Public School System here in Chicago. I'm also a certified life coach. I have a workbook that will be coming out really, really soon. It's my motivational workbook. I actually use it in my life coaching sessions. I do confidence coaching, personal coaching, and relationship coaching. I'm huge on that. And basically, I'm excited about this. I'm excited about it all. But this was my way to grieve, my way to put my thoughts, my feelings on paper. And now I've allowed my readers the opportunity to do just that as well. Reflect, grow, heal from whatever life has thrown at us.
Writing is so personal, so personal. And even when you're writing sci-fi, if you're talking about an alien, if you're writing a children's book and you're talking about a giant, you're writing, fiction or whatever we want to call it, urban fiction, and we can have that conversation. I totally agree on what you said about urban fiction. It's so personal. And my book, my first book, The Heart of a Man, although the main character is Caucasian, I had just lost my mother. And so he is more like me than the character in my second book, which people would possibly categorize in some ways under urban fiction. I just say it's general fiction, family drama. And it's so amazing that I was using that book to deal with the grief that I was feeling. And so, on the page, we've had these roundtable discussions around things like writing through the pain. And so many of us, that's exactly what we're doing. We're writing through the pain, whether it's romance or whatever, we're dealing with something personal to us. So I'm glad to hear that you are taking, your experiences and sharing it with the world. But you said something I want to talk about, and that's transparency.
Yeah.
So ladies, let's talk a little bit about transparency in our work. You cannot write and not be transparent. So Latoya, when you went back and you read your book, what was that thing that you read that you said, no, this is me hiding a little bit too much. I need to come from under the veil?
So in particular, I think I got to maybe chapter 3, and I would read it and I was like, this is just too fluffy. It's not vulnerable. I wasn't being vulnerable enough, right? So when I got to chapter 3, where I talk about the transformation, I needed to let my readers know everything that I have transformed out of and where I'm stepping into and what that looked like. And it was raw and it was open. It was nothing holding me back in that moment. And when I read that chapter, I said, you know what? This stuff that I wrote here, it was fluffy, for lack of better words. It just didn't show enough of grit or the hurt and straight to it, right? So that was my goal. Like, I need to get straight to what it is so my readers could step into their destiny.
And what is the name of your book again?
It's called Stepping Into Me.
Absolutely. I love that title. Great. Jazz, let's talk a little bit about transparency. You're writing romance and steamy scenes and passion. And wow, and you said you wrote your first book at 18. I used to read those Harlequin books and put them under my bed, and my mother would find them, and that was just a long conversation about you shouldn't be reading these. And I'm like, these are the days before the internet where kids can do anything now. So we had to hide and and do all those things. But I am a lover of romance. I am. I love a good romance. So talk to us about you getting to that place where you could be vulnerable and transparent enough to put the passion on the page. What helped you to get to that place?
Well, of course, coming from an 18-year-old, it's kind of hard to say that without, my mom just being like, what were you doing in your room? Just writing, Mama. That was all I was doing, I promise. It was pretty much like a lot of just pent up stories within me. And I know, like, reading a lot of the romance novels I got my hands on when I was about 17, when my mom at least allowed me to buy my first one, was able to allow all those stories to flow out, because I knew that I always loved the concept of romance, because to me, love is such a powerful emotion. And I mean, across any scale, love is. But to have that complete, unyielding, like, loving emotion where someone is willing to sacrifice pretty much their everything for you, to me always spoke to me as something, as a great motivator. So it kind of influenced a way I write. It's kind of like that all or nothing kind of aspect of romance. So I can say, like, in my transparency from personal experiences and like how I've always liked to include little bits of pieces of me in my writing, or things I'm going through at the time, or things that I'm feeling, things I've done, to little things that a character might do. Like a character might wrap a receipt around a credit card. I do that. So I will leave bits and pieces of me in the books to let them know that that pieces of me are in my characters, even though I'm telling not that particular character, writing outside myself. But I do like to be as transparent as possible when the characters or the scene has to become raw in some way, or if they're going through something specific, especially if something I've gone through, I would like to write that experience down and stuff, because it feels more authentic and real coming from a place. So.
Absolutely. Great. That's excellent. And Aziza, tell me something. You're writing fantasy and sci-fi, and the idea of transparency may seem odd to some, to think that a sci-fi writer or a fantasy writer who's writing about something that is not necessarily real, but could be real, but maybe not real as a story of a man and a woman falling in love is not that real to us in many ways. But how are these characters you? How transparent have you been in your work? And do you need to be transparent to write good sci-fi?
Okay, so the idea of real is relative. because what some people experience and how some people experience life can be vastly different than how other people experience life. So the whole idea of quote unquote real, and especially, you know, we're learning the science every day. Things that we thought weren't real before now are being proven in the scientific community. And so, you know, from some people's perspective, you know, we're like, yeah, we already knew that. You all are giving it names, but we already knew that. So for me, like the first book I ever wrote was this one, A Moment Before Midnight. I'm an empath, so I do what I'm told. I channeled my characters. You know, I that book originally was 150 something pages, like 200 and something thousand words when I first started it, and I wrote it in 30 days. It was one of the things that, you know, I just kind of sat down and it literally poured through me. So that is my experience with the world. A lot of people who feel like they are dealing with the whole, they can go into a crowded room and they feel a certain way. You know, I'm not big on crowds because I can feel other people's energy. And again, that's something now that science is proving that other people can feel and other people can feed off of other people's energy. People were writing about energy vampires for, you know, centuries, maybe in a different way, masked by religion or what have you, because that's what was acceptable at the time. But the reality is that those processes existed then, and now again we're just giving it names. So for me, the idea of, you know, the whole quantum theory and you know, I think about I think it's the RZA who actually has a degree in quantum physics. When I think about Terrence Howard, about how he was able to create these pieces of artwork that generate their own light. So these are things that for most people, you know, would be out of the general thought process, but we have the science that says that these things exist. We just haven't, you know, the general public hasn't necessarily gotten there. And so some of it is based on the experience of life. How I feel is how a lot of times my characters end up experiencing their worlds. They think about the possibilities. A lot of what comes to me in dreams. And I've had premonitions my whole life. You know, doctors tell me that doesn't exist. You can't know these things, this, that, and the other. And yet I've had people call me and say, thank you for giving me this warning, because had they not listened, they wouldn't have made it to the next day. So, you know, these are things that my characters go through. And for many people, that is fantasy. For many people, this type of science is not relevant or not something that they can believe in because they don't have the proof yet. But as we continue to move through life, that proof is becoming more prevalent, and people are saying, okay, what was possible before, you know, or what we thought before may not necessarily be what exists now. So that's kind of where I come from with this. It is me, my characters on both ends of the spectrum, you know, whether they are the damsel in distress or they're the savior, you know, I've been on both ends of that, and I've experienced that. And that's how my characters, how they process their world and how they experience their stories.
I love it. Show us some of your covers. You have some beautiful covers.
So that was A Moment Before Midnight.
Yeah.
I also do fairy tale retelling. So Funky Fairy Tales is just 4 or 5 short stories, the retelling of a lot of those traditional fairy tales. A Licentious Storm is my smut book. And just
yes, please.
her mother. Yes. So my mother was an English teacher. And
mine too.
My mother had like Judy Blume, like Forever and Wifey. So when I was in probably 7th or 8th grade, we just kind of, you know, eased those off the shelf. So, you know, my books do have that romance element, but it's my mother's fault. She's not here to defend herself. I love my mama. But even as I got older, my mom would start sending me these dirty jokes, and I'm like, okay. So you know that early exposure to those types of things, you know, sometimes will get you to get into those thought processes, and that kind of translate into your books as well. It does for me too.
Absolutely. I love so much of what you said, and I'm like I said, it's good to have a sci-fi writer. It's good to have romance, nonfiction. Everybody is sharing and opening themselves up. Let's talk a little bit about the process to publishing your books. Jazz, I think you mentioned that you did go the traditional route, or you're all self-published?
Self-published only. I had considered going traditional, but was not sure because I know sometimes, especially in romance, the field is so saturated with everybody trying to get in a word. And sometimes people have been querying for years and still don't even get past the agent stage. And so I'm like, I didn't want to wait a second longer. So I went ahead and took that leap with Amazon. So far, I've only done it with Amazon so far, but I knew that they were like the safe place to go ahead and start, especially since this was my first. So I just took that leap of faith.
I'm self-published too, and I loved what you said because I feel the same way. It was the weight that would bother me. I'm like, I want the world to see this. I want to share this with the world as quickly as possible. And the idea of, when I went and started looking at the process of trying to get a traditional publisher, it just felt daunting. It was like, okay, how long is this going to take? And at the end, will my work be accepted the way it is? And so that was something that I was concerned about. So it's good to know. Aziza, how did you publish your books?
So I got suckered into publishing. Again, I'm a writer. So for me, here's my spiel. I'm a writer. I will always be a writer. For me, being a writer and being an author can be mutually exclusive. So while I will always be a writer, I may not necessarily always be an author. So I got suckered into publishing. My roommate at the time happened to be an agent, and she knew some people it was Q-Borough back then, and then it got bought out by Urban Books. So I kind of went through that spiel. But she sent my stuff off, and I didn't know, and they accepted it. So my first two books were traditional, and they were both urban fiction books. For me, though, I kind of go back and forth about being with small press. I've done some short stories with some small publishers in anthologies, and I think for me that will be the limit that I do. For me, traditional publishing doesn't necessarily work because, again, I do what I'm told, and my characters give me their stories in a certain way, and I can force myself to try to write their stories, but you will clearly see a different voice. I've had people who tell me they can tell when my characters wrote a story compared to when I've written a story. And so I prefer to allow my characters to write the story, and that means it could be 4 or 5 years in between stories being written. And so self-publishing does give me a little more control, versus having a contract where you have to submit 3 books within this window of time. And I think it's garbage, and that's probably what you're going to get by that 3rd book. I mean, the first 2 I had already written, and it was what it was. That 3rd book, they got what they got, and they passed, and I was more than happy going about my business.
It's good to have someone on here that's traditionally published so that we can better understand it. We're not at all against traditional publishing. That's not what any of this is about. We just happen to find that a lot of Black writers, self-publish. A lot of us have no choice but to. A lot of us don't want the wait. A lot of us understand that there are still quite a few biases in the industry, and we're hoping that these big companies are dealing with it.
But it's not just that part. It's not just it is intentional gateway. And after they gatekeep, even if you're allowed in, that doesn't mean that you'll be able to retain your voice. And I think that has been one of the catch-alls too for people making the decision the way that they do. They want to remain authentic, and now you have an avenue where you can do that. So then why would I want to go this other route where you're forcing me to still tailor my stories towards your demographic and not necessarily mine?
And that's and Latoya, I'm going to get to you too about your self-publishing, but I want to stop with that. That is the hard part about trying to even get a publishing deal, is that if I'm going to lose my voice, then what am I doing this for? Because I am completely with you. I wake up in the middle of the night and the characters are literally telling me what to write. It doesn't it doesn't happen. You know, I'm an emotional writer. I'm still learning how to sit down and just write 8 hours. I've never been that type of person, but when it hits me, I have to go for it. And so to think that someone will come in and say, okay, no, that passion you put into that character is not acceptable because it doesn't speak to a specific target audience that we think will buy this book. And that target audience is never going to look like me. I am always going to be a minority in this country. So it's never going to look like me. It's going to always be the masses. And that doesn't represent me. So that becomes a challenge for me as a writer to get my mind around, you know, taking my characters and watering them down in any way to fit a certain look or feel for you know, for readers who may not even understand where I'm coming from anyway. I don't know. It's just something that I struggle with. I self-publish. I'm happy that I'm a self-published person. I've made my mistakes at it. I did, you know, a vanity publisher that I'm still battling with for one of my books. But nonetheless, I do, I learned from that. In this second book, I did everything myself, layout, everything myself. And I'm very proud of that. But Latoya, talk to us about your publishing. What direction did you go in?
So I went self-publishing as well, but I went through, I got some information from several publishing companies. And the weight of it all, it was just too much stress. I'm like, I just want my story out. I just want someone to hear my anecdotal point of view on these topics, and that's it. But the guy told me, he said, what was the last straw? He says, well, you have to sell so many copies of this before you can own it. And that didn't make sense to me. I said, well, it's mine. What do you mean? So that didn't make sense to me. So I waited and I went Amazon way, and I did everything. My cover, I did everything myself. So it was the best decision that I made, and it was just too much stress. I just wait.
Well, you know, it's good to talk about it and to let people know, especially on the Black Writers Workspace page. We have so many people every day asking that very question: what do I do to get published? And so it's great that we're here to educate and to say, look, you've got options. You know, there are options out there. And so that's very, that's very good. We're going to wrap up by talking about something that I really think is kind of the underlying top theme of the next 2 days. You know, tonight we're at the exhibit at the book fair, and I had people ask me, what are we relaunching? We're relaunching our work. You know what? Relaunch it every day, writers. Okay? Re-release it every day. That's the beauty of being self-published too. I have changed my covers on my books. I have, you know, repositioned them, rebranded them. That's the beauty of owning something. So we are relaunching, not to, you know, negate the first launch, but to say, I'm going to launch this baby every time I want to, because I put my time, energy, passion, love, everything into this. And that's what I'm going to do. And so we are relaunching, and we have our exhibitors here to talk to you, and they're in their booths, and you can go in and hit chat and go into their chat room with them and talk to them. You can talk to these ladies right now who are on the screen. They're in their booth waiting to talk to you. However, the underlying theme for these 2 days is, why do Black writers matter? And I want to ask all of you to talk about that. And from my understanding, so the two of you, Aziza and Jazz, your mothers were English teachers? Oh my goodness. Oh, I love that. An English teacher is why I write. Yes. Who liked my poetry, and she literally jumped through hoops to get me into a writer's program at the University of Alabama. I was 15 years old. And I will always love and respect her for that, because that changed my life. I ended up graduating from the University of Alabama, writing for the College of Arts and Sciences. It really launched me into feeling and knowing that I can do the work, and getting me the type of, you know, the having those hard people to look at your work and criticize it and bloody it up. And those things really set me in motion. And that's one of the reasons why I write now. And I have a PR firm, and I give that all over to my English teacher. So why do we matter? From the two daughters of English teachers, let's start with you, Jazz. Let's talk about this.
Well, my mom has always been supportive of my writing, but I also had, like you, I had a teacher who was like my 8th and 9th grade teacher that was always supportive of my writing. And I got into like a couple of publications in junior high that she supported. And she was also a part of or oversaw my writing group in high school. So she's always been instrumental in my writing process. And I thank her at the end of my book, my acknowledgments, because she believed in what I could do, and she gave me a writing book, utensil book. So she's just like, you're one of the few people that I actually trust that can actually go in and be a successful writer. So I have all of like her and the tools from my mom and my stepdad to cultivate me and let me know that writing is okay. And not only that, it's okay for my voice to be heard. And because my parents already had like a lot of Black authors that they loved and appreciated. But of course, like that shelf is very narrow. But, you know, it was encouraging me and encouraging my mom encouraging any of her students to go forth and to write was to make everybody's voice who's normally not to be heard. So I am glad that we are given that opportunity and that everybody is now encouraged now that however little that you write from, you know, your 2 lines of poetry to your full anthology, that it deserves to be out there. And why is your work not less deserving than anyone else's?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Aziza?
For me, it really was about exposure early on. So, you know, because my mother was an English teacher and she taught 11th and 12th grade, I was exposed even at 7, 8 years old to Black literature, from everybody from Zora Neale Hurston to Amiri Baraka to, you know, Richard Wright. And even as a young person, I was reading that level of literature, but I was also allowed to explore other books. So some of my favorite books growing up were choose your own adventure books. So there is not one path. And she encouraged me to be able to explore all these different paths. I started out as a lyricist, as a song lyric writer, and then I moved into novels. And so, you know, feeling like I had my voice at that time, but growing and progressing and then finding this new long version of writing and literature was something that came from being just exposed early on to a breadth of types of writing.
I love that. Absolutely. I grew up the same way. I read Richard Wright and Maya Angelou and Alice Walker. And I mean, these were the books that we read in school. I went to literally an all Black high school. And so making that transition and then going to the University of Alabama was really tough, but it did broaden my mind to different writers and different, you know, forms of writing. And I'm just so happy to have that foundation of reading a lot of Black books, though. I really, and I could see that in my own writing, reading those types of books. Latoya, why to you do you think Black writers matter?
So my experiences as a child growing up were totally different. Where, you know, my mom, she actually, and I recalled this after I published my book, but she used to write poetry and it was her way of like reflecting. So how I use my journal, writing out my feelings, she did the same thing. And I didn't recall that until like now, like this time in my life. But I didn't grow up in a household or in an environment where you can freely express yourself. I had to escape by reading my books. And not that I read them, you know, out in the open, like it was like teen years in my room because I didn't know how to process my feelings in that moment, right? So I would read these books to escape and become the characters in those books. My romance novels that I would read all the time. And I would begin to journal. So I knew that that was for me because when I released on that paper, my journal entries, my thoughts, I felt free in that moment. And now I get to not only do the same thing and encourage that with my daughter, hey, you could feel this way. Let's write it out. Let's talk it out. I can encourage that. Although it wasn't done for me, I know better, and I know how free I felt after doing that. And I can also encourage that same thing with my students. So we journal and get our thoughts out. Our voice matters because our feelings matter, right? And they need to be heard. I have this seminar or this conference that I'm going to be a part of, and the title of my piece is The Rebirth of the Inner Beast. You have so much in that belly, and it's time now. This time more than ever, it's necessary. So myself, my daughter, and all the little kids on the south side of Chicago in which I teach and able to positively impact, they get to know that because of women like you and platforms like this.
Oh, wow. Perfect last words for a wonderful interview with three dynamic women who are writing and being transparent and expressing themselves. And I am just happy to know you. I am really proud to have had this opportunity to connect with so many writers. I was just telling someone the first time I wrote a book, it was lonely because there weren't many people writing around me. And so I was kind of trying to figure it all out. This time I've got a community of 8,500 people, and I'm reading and I'm connecting and I'm interviewing people, and it just feels like it feels like God is just really blessing me at this moment, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you, ladies, so much for being a part of this event. I do encourage everyone to go and visit them in their booth. I encourage you also to buy their books. Buy the books. That's what we're here to do. So don't leave tonight without buying all of these amazing books. And no matter what genre you're looking for, we have it here tonight. And, you know, without you, we can't be successful in what we do. We write because we want our readers to be happy. And so, you know, you've got to read our work to even get to that place of joy and happiness. So please support us and please support these ladies going forward. Thank you guys so much. Let's say goodbye to everyone. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everyone. What do you think about the ladies who provided such an amazing account of writing and reading and the things that drove them in this process? I would love to hear from you. Put it in the chat box. Let's talk about what it means to write, what it means to you to write. And for our readers out there, we would love to hear from you as well. So this night is wrapping up. And what I hope has happened is that you've been exposed to some writers that you will now follow and be a fan of. We are here because we love the art of writing and we want to put out good work. So I hope you were able to meet some dynamic writers. I hope that you purchased books. And I also hope that you were able to share your contact information or connect with them on social media or do make those steps so that you can help them to build their fan base, because that is so important to us as independent authors. We have to have people to sell to, and we want people to love our work and to follow our work and to continue to inspire us to write. So we're going to wrap up the night with a final spoken word presentation by Venus 7. This is something that I really enjoy. It's about someone I really admire. I'm not going to give it up, but I wanted to just wrap up with her. I think she's done a dynamic job. We've had Ashley Nicole and Carlisa Moffitt, and they have shown us such an amazing road towards building the type of poetry and the type of spoken word that connects with us on a very human side. I'm just excited to have included those presentations tonight. We have also enjoyed Kashmir Williams, who's performed with us in 3 different segments, and wanted to thank J.W. Bella for joining us and announcing the winners of the Chapter 1 writing competition, and the fact that we had one of the winners right here in our authors lounge. Again, I'm Michelle Jackson. I'm so happy to be a part of the Black Writers Workspace. And I say a part of it because I feel like this is a group for everyone. This is not about me. This is a group for everyone. And so I do ask that everyone continue to share on the page and continue to be supportive. So now we're going to wrap up our night with Venus 7. It's an honor to be the final one to present. I'm very excited for you to see her piece and to learn from her. So give me a second and we're going to get that up on the screen, and then I'm going to come back to you and we're going to close out the night.
Beautiful black man in a dark suit and tie stood as tall as a tower skyscraping the nation. With honey-dipped skin and burning hair, his eyes defy, voice deep as an ocean. His mind a learning tree from which hungry hands pluck, his tongue a Kaiser that cut liars with truth. His smile the light of day, yet he's lost in the night of ignorance. History altered his image and influenced teachers who taught their students bullshit. He was no communist extremist, nor racist or fanatic. If wordplay is a game, you lose, mostly those unaware of how he walked in his shoes. Gracefully. Despite the angry, jealous men threatened by his presence and intelligence, calling him Satan, though he burned no cross, and masked men bit his hand like wolves, crying death on his name in newspapers.
And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours?
And serenaded Attila with empty words of how he loved and adored her father. Oceans in her eyes reflected the memory of her twin blasted from a podium clearing rows of chairs behind him. Ilyasa recalled their mother a shelter blanketing her pregnant body over 4 fatherless girls, but the world kept spinning and winning over minds programmed by shams in blue suits, dancing to a broken record without wondering why. But I, the less entertained, dipped my toes in facts which often lacked in school, and the cool of silence frosted academic attitudes because I knowingly asked questions to which they had no answer.
Venus 7, writing about someone who has always been a hero to me in many ways. The very first book I ever read, the first chapter book that I read on my own that was outside of school, was the autobiography of Malcolm X. And he taught me a great deal about many, many things. I never saw him as being negative. I did see him as being strong. And I'm happy that she has decided to write about such a great man. So tonight we are wrapping up this event. I do ask that you all go down and speak to our writers for the final time. Be sure to get their website information if you want to purchase at a later date. Be sure to connect with them on social media as well. And we do encourage all of our writers to put their social media information in the chat box. I also would like to invite everyone to participate in tomorrow's Writers Workshop. So please do so. You won't see me again, so I want to say good night. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for buying our work. Thank you so much for being a part of the Black Writers Workspace. We have truly enjoyed you. So we are going to leave up our scavenger hunt sign and allow you to come in and out of those authors' booths for the next 12 minutes so that you can wrap up your sessions with them. Good night, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. If you're interested in participating, send me an email at events@prsolutionsllc.org.